the affairs of this state, that we may lead in such a way that benefits the citizens of this state and would exalt and praise and honor the King of heaven. Ascribe greatness to our God. He is the rock. His work is perfect, for all his ways are just, a God of truth, without injustice, righteous and upright is he. Amen.
All right, members, we're in the roll call. Please record your presence. We're in the roll call. And members, remember there's no introductions this week, so everyone, yes, there are not many people in here, but everyone realize that. No introductions this week, and we're going to get to work about 12:15.
Welcome to State House Today. I'm Gavin Jackson here in the State House lobby. It is Tuesday, May 12th, 2026. It is the final legislative session, and you might be noticing that I'm here by myself. I'll be doing a lot of reading off my phone because a lot's been happening, but I'm by myself because my co-host, Maayan Schechter, had her baby boy last Friday. Hopefully she's watching from the hospital right now. Baby came a little early, but he's alive and kicking. He's doing great. He just needs a little bit longer to put on some more weight. So we're going to be flying solo for the next couple days here, wrapping up Sunny Day here in the State House live on State House Today, which you can always find on youtube.com/SCETV News. And of course, we'll be keeping you up to date on the State House Gavel at scetv.org/the Gavel, which no doubt you've been reading because so much has been going on recently with the redistricting fight, this last minute redistricting push that we would talk more about in a moment. I want to just go ahead and tell you that the House has gavelled in. The Senate has also gavelled in, but they have receded until 1 o'clock. So we know some people are watching. Maayan, I know you're watching. We miss you. It's just texting me. So we'll see the Senate come back in, and of course we'll talk about some of the big activity that we expect the Senate to do, especially with that Sine Die resolution. Now the House calendar is 35 pages long, and the Senate calendar is 36 pages long, so they are shrinking those And of course, there's only so much time that they can get things through these chambers right now. You need 2 readings, in each chamber 3 readings, essentially, but they've already been introduced. If they're on the calendar, they need to make their moves ASAP if they want to try and get to the governor's desk. And of course, we're going to see some conference committee reports coming out today as well, including what we already saw happen with that transportation bill, the SCDOT modernization bill. That was in a conference committee this morning. We're told that that got agreed upon a compromise there that would abolish the SCDOT commission. Remember, we saw that happen in the House version of the bill. It would add stronger auditing practices. We'd also get rid of those EV fees. There's also discussion over those choice lanes. Of course, those are still in the bill. And of course, increasing funding and how much money those county transportation committees can spend on state roads. So we'll have more of a breakdown of all the ins and outs, and no doubt we'll hear about that discussion on the floor today when it comes to what happened on that bill. But of course, the biggest debate and everything that we're following right now has to do with redistricting. I was just in the House Judiciary Subcommittee of the Constitutional Law Subcommittee, and this is the second day that they had that hearing on what's going on with the new maps on that bill H5683 when we're talking about congressional redistricting right now. Of course, last week we've been talking about this almost ad nauseum, but things are rapidly changing here in South Carolina, including a new map that was presented late last week. We saw that map before the subcommittee last Friday. There was initial testimony. Several people testified against that bill. We've been looking into it further, and there was more testimony against that bill today as well. But we did hear 2 folks testify in favor of that bill, and that was Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette and Attorney General Alan Wilson, both of whom are running for governor for that Republican nomination on June 9th. There were some, maybe not many people really liked what they had to hear in that audience. A lot of folks were testifying against it. Some people that even testified on Friday came back to testify again because they're so against the way that this process is happening. You will remember, as we've talked about, this is all happening in the past few days since that Supreme Court decision in dealing with Louisiana and their congressional maps and the Calais decision. Again, looking into racial gerrymandering versus partisan gerrymandering. We've been discussing how this has played out. Our maps have been upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court as a constitutional political gerrymandering. There was concerns that our initial maps back in 2022 were racially gerrymandered. That's what lower courts ruled. The U.S. Supreme Court said, no, that's not the case, and it was just a partisan gerrymander, and they were upheld in 2024. So that's where our maps are right now. It's 6-1 Republicans to Democrats in our state. The lone Democrat, 6th congressional district, Congressman, not Ralph Norman, Jim Clyburn. Ralph Norman's up in the 5th district. And again, this map as proposed, which you can find on scstatehouse.gov, right on the homepage, on the landing page, under the House chamber, there's a redistricting link. You can see these maps side by side and where these things are aligned right now. So all that information is now public. They've been making this a little bit more transparent since this all started happening last week at a very quick pace. So again, going back to what we heard in the subcommittee, they did pass out that new map by a vote of 3-2 to the full Judiciary Committee. The full Judiciary Committee is briefly meeting right now. They're going to gavel up very soon since the House is in session. So they'll go back into that committee meeting after they adjourn in the House to really see where this map is going to go. I've already heard that it's going to pass out along party lines, as you can expect, as we saw that map pass out of the subcommittee this morning. So no doubt it will be a long hearing. We'll be hearing from a lot of Democrats vocally opposing this measure, as we have already heard in the subcommittee hearings as well. I don't think they'll be taking testimony since they've already heard from more than 15 to 20 folks. But again, a big concern we've been hearing from SC Election Commission's Director Conway Belanger, who's fresh on the job. It's like his first month doing this thing. That doesn't mean he's inexperienced, of course, because he's been running elections out in Greenville County for more than 30, 40 years. So he's doing the job, and they're dealing with what's going on right now. Of course, he testified last week saying that the ballots and the databases for these ballots and voting for June 9th have already been set, tested over and over again. They're ready to go for June 9th. And if they have to remove the congressional races from these databases, it could set the entire, not only just the State Election Commission, but these local commissions, it could set the entire election up for failure, is what he said, because they would have to change the databases, not have time to retest these. Again, early voting starts in 2 weeks in person. We've already seen thousands of ballots mailed overseas to folks, and several hundred have already been returned. It would throw a lot of this into turmoil. There's a lot of confusion over this that he's already said has led to some people almost being disenfranchised. Wouldn't go that far in saying that, but the confusion alone is spurring some issues, because again, today we saw a new primary map roll out, primary timeline, I should say, for those congressional districts, right? Because again, the June 9th primaries would go as scheduled for all those statewide offices, the governor, U.S. Senate, all 124 House seats, and those local races. They would pull out those 7 congressional district races, and those would be, that would take place later on August 18th. So right now, a new proposed date for those primaries would be August 18th. that's already moved back a week since what was originally proposed last week because they're trying to figure out these timelines. Melania also said that this would make his staff and county election officials have to work basically 24/7 to ensure that they could pull this off in some respects. So there's a lot of concerns of just how reliable our elections will be as a result of this last-minute push. Something that we saw over in Georgia where Governor Brian Kemp said, we're not going to do redistricting because we don't have enough time. In South Carolina, it seems to be the complete opposite. They're going full steam ahead despite some of these concerns in so many words that we've heard from people who make these elections work. And that's because you're going to have to get new poll workers to do things. You have to get new poll locations. In August, all of a sudden, we don't have all these elections in August. They're set for June. So it really changes a lot of things that have to happen perfectly, essentially, to have a credible, secure, and safe election as we always do. So that's a big concern that folks are talking about. And then you look at the maps themselves. We heard from one of the folks who drew this map from the federal level. He's with a separate group that's looking into making these maps more competitive for Republicans. And essentially what's going to happen here is there is no guarantee that just because we make this map all red, all 7 congressional districts Republican, that doesn't mean that they won't be competitive, especially in the new, what would be the new 6th congressional district, which will shift from where Jim Clyburn's is right now from the Midlands down to the PD, down to the Low Country, I should say, to just making the 6th congressional district just the PD region. So what the 6th originally was, Kamala Harris won that district by 23 points back in the 2024 election. It would now become a district that Trump won by 5 points. So again, not a ruby red district like some of these other districts that won, the president won by about 15 points. And that's a good gauge to see how Republican or how Democratic a district is. So now you're saying that the 6th congressional district will be within 5 points of the margin that President Trump won. Not a slam dunk, but again, in the case of looking at the entire map as it being red, it would be red in that sense. It's all going to depend on what we see happen in November, because again, if we suspend these congressional primaries, new folks will undoubtedly jump in June when they reopen registration for these. And there's been discussion whether some of these congressional candidates could be folks that didn't win other primaries, and that won't be the case based on when they open these primaries. Again, for the filing, that would take place from the 1st to the 5th in June. Of course, the actual primaries take place on June 9th. So if Congresswoman Nancy Mace, for example, wanted to run for her former congressional seat, not only would it become the 7th congressional district, but she wouldn't be able to, if she were to lose, not that we're saying she will, the nomination on June 9th. Just a little bit of hypothetical there to consider that a lot of people are talking about. So there's a lot going on right now. And again, what we expect to see happen today is the House Judiciary Committee passing that map out along party lines. That will get on the House calendar. That will be debated this week. Undoubtedly will block a lot of activity that people already had planned for this final week of session. Today, we are going to be watching the Senate take up the sine die resolution, which will, again, will dictate what they can do after they gavel out on Thursday, May 14th at 5 p.m. That's when sine die happens. That's without a day. That's Latin for without a day. That means we're at the end of session right here. So if they pass that out, which we've been told the votes are now there to do, it's going to change the game for how things work, especially as we have to consider early voting is going to take place in 2 weeks. So if the Senate Judiciary Committee hypothetically gets on the bill next week, then you're within a week of redistricting, of early voting. Not to mention having to come back and to pass that into practice. I mean, there's a lot of things that I don't think people are really talking about that need to take place. However, that does not stop President Donald Trump from weighing in on this. Like we told you last week, he's been talking to Senate Majority Leader Shane Massey about this. He went public yesterday on social media, saying in part that the South Carolina Senate has a big vote tomorrow in redistricting. I'm watching closely along with Republicans across the country who are counting on their elected officials to use every legal and constitutional authority to stop the radical left Democrats from destroying our country. A lot of hyperbole here, undoubtedly, but he did call upon them to be bold and courageous. And again, the president will be traveling to China, so hard to know how much he'll be watching today, but undoubtedly we will all be watching what happens in the Senate ourselves. So we will keep you updated on what happens if we're in the House or in the Senate. Undoubtedly, we'll bring you that coverage on The Gavel tomorrow at scetv.org/The Gavel. You can always watch this coverage on youtube.com/@scetv news. So a lot going on. There's a lot of bills also floating around here too that we'll be covering for you, including that DOT modernization bill, which we also expect to see move through today. So we will bring you all that coverage and more. And again, it's going to be me for the rest of the week. Hopefully we get some guests on here so I'm not talking to myself too much, but there's a lot to talk about undoubtedly. So we will see you reading The Gavel, and of course we'll see you tomorrow, Wednesday, which undoubtedly will be, I'm going to go ahead and call it a wicked, wild, winding Wednesday. Just get ready for you for that Wednesday. So we're going to send you over to the house. Have a great Tuesday. This is Gavin Jackson for State House Today.
All members recording your presence. We're fixing to get started. Fixing to close the roll call. Fixing to close the roll call. Make sure you're checked in. All members recorded your presence. Clerk will close the polls and tabulate. A quorum is present. Clerk will read. Clerk will read.
Tell Mr. Speaker, and I'll remember when I'm done reading. Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, members of the House. The Senate respectfully informs your honorable body that it concurs in the amendments you proposed to House 3022,
Message received.
as well as appointed Peeler, Hutto, and Davis to 5126.
Message
Don't
received.
read again.
Clerk will read. Clerk will read.
Senate amendments to 4163. Senate amendments.
Senate amendments.
Senate amendments to 4804.
Senate amendments.
Senate amendments to Senate Bill 238,
Senate amendments.
as well as Senate amendments to Senate 718.
Senate amendments.
We have House resolutions by Mr. Williams, Florence 75th anniversary.
Mr. Williams asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Williams, recognizing the owners of Ideal Funeral Parlor.
Mr. Williams asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Guffey and others, recognizing YMCA Camp Thunderbird of York.
Adopted.
Mr. Clyburn, recognizing Wardlaw Academy Girls.
Mr. Clyburn asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Cody Mitchell, North Central Elementary School.
Representative Mitchell asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Rosalind Henderson Myers, honoring Pastor Alan Dawkins.
Representative Henderson Myers asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Representative Davis, recognizing Hospital Week in South Carolina.
Representative Davis asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Garvin, sorrow for the loss of Frank Palma Adelayo.
Mr. Garvin asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, the House will come to order. House will come to order. House will come to order. Please take your seats. We got another farewell speech. House will come to order. House, take your seat. House will come to order. Take your seats, please. House will come to order. Please take your seats. Mr. Pope, you are recognized first. Mr. McCabe, if you'd like to join him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to wish farewell to our good friend, Mr. Donald Ryan McCabe, Jr. And I will tell you, Mr. McCabe has come in quietly, but he's worked hard. He has worked diligently for his district. Y'all come on up here closer and y'all can hear. So he has worked hard for his district. He has worked hard. And the neat thing for me from an attorney standpoint is Ryan deals with homeowner associations. Anybody ever had to deal with a homeowners association? So he said after dealing with homeowners associations or the members of a homeowner association, dealing with the legislature was chump change comparatively, I think, but he has always been a solid member. He's always had a calm demeanor. I bet y'all didn't even know he's in the Freedom Caucus. Y'all know that? And because he's done it through actions, not just through words, not just through shouting, not just through controversy. No disrespect to those that welcome controversy, but he has done it with a calm, quiet hand, and he's going to be missed, I know, by the members of this body, by his committee, and by the community as a whole down there. We feel like this is probably not the last time we've seen you, and that we will hear good things again. And we look forward to having you here in the future. But let's give him a congratulations, well wishes.
Mr. McCabe, you are recognized. His family will join him up front. He would appreciate it.
Thank you. I guess you already see I overmarried. Yeah, thank you. Representative Govan says my family makes me look good. That's not an easy thing to do. But
Hold on, Mr. McCabe, 1 second. Sam's saying he can't see one of these people right behind you. If you could just move over so we can get some really good pictures of your whole family there. Mr. McCabe, you're recognized.
thank you. Mr. Speaker, members of the House, friends and staff, you know, it seems like it was just yesterday that my state senator came to my 5th grade class at Alkaloo Elementary School, just outside of Manning, South Carolina. And he asked who supported the proposed sales tax that was being debated at that time. It was at a point in time where the state was considering moving from a 4 cents sales tax from 4 cents on the dollar to 5 cents. And he asked who supported that, and only a handful of kids raised their hands. And in the typical fashion of a politician, he immediately began to sell the merits of this tax increase. Better roads, better schools, better everything. After his sales pitch was finished, he looked at the students and he asked, if you were in the legislature, who would vote for this sales tax now? And just about every kid in the class raised their hand. He then asked, who is still against this sales tax increase? And you might be surprised to know that I was one of 2 hands that raised. And had I had a red button that day, I would have worn it slap out. But the significance of that story is it was the first day that I dreamed that I wanted to be in the legislature. So when the people of House District 96 sent me here, I understood something that I hope I never forgot, that the seat was never mine, that it belongs to the people. I was simply trusted for a season to occupy it, to speak for my neighbors, to vote my conscience, and to do my best to leave things a little better than the way I found them. For 6 years, I've had the honor of representing the people of Lexington County in this House. I've represented families, farmers, small business owners, builders, cops, firemen, teachers, retirees, parents, grandparents, and young people trying to build a life. I've carried their concerns into this chamber, and I've carried the weight of their trust with me every time I signed on to a bill, asked a question, or cast a vote. I came here as a lawyer, but long before I was a lawyer, I learned lessons from being a construction worker and working on a farm that served me well in public service. When you work with your hands, you learn that foundations matter. You learn that corners cut early become problems later. You learn that measurements matter, details matter, and promises matter. Government is no different. If the foundation is not sound, the structure will not hold. That is why I've tried to serve with a commitment to faith in Jesus, family, friend, and the rule of law. These things are not just slogans to me. They are the principles that I believe should guide how our free people govern themselves. They remind us that government has limits, that families and communities come before Columbia, and that liberty is not something that we inherit one time and then forget. It must be defended and practiced and handed down. And South Carolina is worth the work. Her people are strong and generous, and as you all know, incredibly stubborn, but in the best ways. This state is filled with people who really ask for very little from us. They just ask that we provide them a government that is fair, honest, limited, and mindful about its future. To my colleagues, I want to say a heartfelt thank you. Thank you to those who challenged me. Thank you to those who encouraged me. Thank you to those who disagreed with me honestly and treated me with respect afterward. Some of the best lessons I learned here came not from the easy votes, but from the hard ones. Not from the people who already agreed with me, but from those who forced me to sharpen my thinking. To the speaker, the clerk, the reading clerk, ladies on the desk, sergeants, all of your staff, the pages, legislative council, and everyone who keeps this institution running, I thank you very much. The public often sees the speeches and the votes, but they don't see what you are doing here behind the scenes to make this place run. And your work is very important, and I'm very grateful for it. I would especially like to thank the transcription team here, who might be happy to see me go. They've been wonderful and have put out many letters for me and my constituents, and I'm very grateful to you for doing that. I'd also like to say a special thanks to my assistants during the time I was here, June Cornelius, Beth Williams, and Ellie Payne, for their hard work. And I'm not kidding when I say they have written thousands of letters to constituents in District 96 that I've gotten credit for. Thank you so much. I want to thank my seatmates. Paula, you showed me the ropes my first session, and Fawn, you've been a good friend to me, and I thank you so much for that, for the second too. I want to thank my friends in the Freedom Caucus. We've been through some low moments, and we've been through some high moments, but I couldn't think of a better family to spend that time with, and I'm grateful to all of you. Joe White, thank you for the calls. Thank you for the encouragement. To the people of District 96, thank you for giving me a privilege of a lifetime, at least one that I wanted to do since 5th grade. You gave me your confidence, and I hope I returned it with diligence, honesty, and accessibility. I endeavored to always remember that the best government is still accountable to the people who have to live under it and pay for it. To the partners at my law firm, Valerie, Stephanie, Christian, Ashley, and Dean, thank you so much for letting me serve here and for holding down the fort while I was gone. To my mother, siblings, in-laws, extended family, and friends, thank you all so much for all of your support. I'm really grateful. And most importantly, to my immediate family, you have carried more of this service than most people will ever know. Jennifer, thank you for your love and patience and strength and counsel, for letting me do something that I always wanted to do, while you did something that you always do, which is quietly and faithfully pick up the slack. It's still hard to believe that I got to marry that beautiful, sweet girl that I first saw in the purple pantsuit. To Betsy, Grace, Scarlett, Andrew, Waveland, Juliana, and Luke, thank you for sharing me with the people of South Carolina. Public service costs time, and time is one of those things that I can never get back. And I'm grateful for the grace you have shown me, and I'm looking forward to giving you more of that time back. I want to say to the newer members and to those of you and to those who will come after, do not let this place change the wrong things about you. Learn, grow, listen, and build relationships. Do not forget who sent you here. Do not mistake activity for accomplishment. Do not confuse popularity in this chamber with service to the people back home. And never forget that the title representative is not some honor that we bestow on ourselves. It's a job description. Just after I was elected, my county Veterans Affairs officer, Ed Lundeen, made sure that I knew that serving here is a ministry, not a position, and I thank him for that. Pastor Mark Crumpton presented a framed towel with a reference to John 13:15 to me as a reminder that the greatest leader who ever walked on this earth did so as a servant, even washing the feet of the very people he created. As I prepare to leave this house, I do so with gratitude and not regret. I'm thankful for victories. I'm thankful for defeats that taught me humility. And I'm thankful for the friendships. And I'm thankful for the opportunity to have stood on this floor and spoken to for the people who trusted me. So may God bless each of you. May God bless the people of District 96. And may God continue to bless our great state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. You will be missed. But you're not leaving quite yet. We still got a ways to go. Thank you. All right, we're on the calendar now. Page 1 on the calendar now. Clerk will read.
The first bill is 1048, Corbin.
Mr. Hewitt moves to adjourn debate on Senate 1048. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no, and the ayes have it. Clerk will read.
Next bill, 1162, Campbell. This went without reference, but it deals with Anderson County School District 2.
Anderson County, ready? Anybody need to explain it?
Good.
Question is second. It's a local bill dealing with Anderson School District, County School District number 2. Question is second reading on Senate Bill 1162. Roll call required in order. Voting on the board. You want to vote on this?
Anderson.
No, we finished those first two. All members voted. All members voted. We're fixing to take that picture a little bit early because we got some members that have to leave. So as soon as we get through this vote, we're going to take the house picture. So please get to your seat. We're going to stand at ease while we take the picture. We need you to clear off your desk, please. Clear off the top of your desk, please.
I'm listening. Go.
Real quick.
Look.
Mr. Guffey's recognized real quick.
I'd like to invite the freshman class of 22 up here if you'd like to join me. Today is a very special day. One of our members has a birthday, and if I could get the picture up here. So I want to start off by wishing Representative Fawn Petalino a very happy birthday. Today is her 39th. Put the picture of her and the governor up here because it seems like everywhere the governor is, Fawn is always in a picture. So we often joke with her about being the favorite of the governor. Go to the next picture. Uh-oh. Only one made it? Oh, man. So I'll just have to describe the next picture for you. I was going to talk about what a great statesman that Fawn has become and a great representative, especially to many of us in our freshman class. But there was one photo where she showed her blacktop skills with a basketball playing, but not only is she so good at basketball, they allowed her to play in combat boots too. So, but if y'all would just help me wish Representative Petalino a very happy birthday today.
Happy birthday, Fawn. Hope you have a great day. You get to spend your day with your closest 123 friends. All right. Ms. Landon is recognized to give a special shout out to her husband.
Members, thank you so much for, Speaker, thank you so much for letting me speak. And members, every year, right before Sine Die, I've made this speech, but this year is 42 years that my husband Joe and I have enjoyed a wonderful life together. Just celebrating our anniversary with me here with y'all is what a lot of us have had to do. But I just wanted to let Joe know, hopefully he's watching, that of course I love him and that if we could have another 42 years, I'd be happy to be by his side. And God bless you all, and I hope that all of you have as much joy and happiness as we do. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Kathy and Joe. Not happy birthday, happy anniversary, Kathy and Joe. 42 years. Congratulations. All right, members. Let's all members get to the desk. Let's get in your desk and make sure your desks are clear. Mr. Hewitt, behind you, whoever's missing, will you clear off those desks, please? Mr. Rivers, Mr. Rivers, Mr. Rivers. Will you clear off your top of your desk, please, sir? All right, Miss McDaniel, your top of your desk, please. All right, time's expired, polls closed, clerk tabulate. By a vote of 114 to 0, Senate Bill 1162 receives second reading.
Nestled along the southeastern coast of South Carolina, Hilton Head is a barrier island with pristine beaches, lush landscapes, and remarkable southern charm. Renowned for its distinctive low-country character, Hilton Head seamlessly blends natural beauty with a rich history. Now, it's time to explore Hilton Head from the sky. Inhabited by Native Americans for over 2 millennia, Hilton Head witnessed the arrival of Europeans in the 16th century, with early French and Spanish attempts to colonize the island. In 1663, Captain William Hilton, an English explorer, discovered the headland of a country very pleasant and delightful, and named the island after himself. The first white settler, Colonel John Barnwell, arrived in 1717, initiating a plantation economy based on slavery that endured until the Civil War. The plantation era abruptly ended in 1861 when Union troops captured the island, transforming it into a strategic base for the blockade of Charleston and Savannah during the Civil War. The influx of approximately 50,000 individuals, including former slaves, marked a significant chapter in Hilton Head's history as it became a bustling settlement supporting Union efforts.
Mr. Rutherford, please get in your seat.
The iconic Harbor Town Lighthouse and Museum stands as an enduring beacon of Hilton Head's rich maritime heritage. Located in the heart of Sea Pines Resort, the red and white striped lighthouse, soaring 90 feet above the Calabogie Sound, offers panoramic views of the island's stunning coastline and surrounding waterways. Built in 1970, The lighthouse is complemented by a captivating museum at its
There you
base, where visitors can delve into the island's
might say
maritime
something bad.
history.
Okay. Can't
The
do that.
museum showcases exhibits detailing the evolution of Hilton
Yeah, I'll
Head's
talk to you guys
seafaring
about that after
traditions. A climb to the top of the lighthouse rewards guests with breathtaking vistas, while the charming harbor town below invites exploration with its shops, restaurants, and bustling marina. This maritime landmark serves as a living testament to Hilton Head's enduring connection to the sea, inviting visitors to appreciate both its historical significance and the picturesque beauty that defines the island. In the heart of Harbor Town, the Liberty Oak
really
stands
good.
as a majestic symbol of strength
you got
and
that
resilience.
one.
This
do it once?
centuries-old live oak, with its
Okay,
sprawling
so what we're
branches
gonna do
and
is
lush
we're gonna
canopy,
turn
has
this
become an
way, and so we're
iconic
gonna
landmark
yes.
within the community.
And we're going to crop off a little bit.
Underneath its expansive shade, locals and visitors alike gather to enjoy leisurely moments, community events, and the vibrant atmosphere of the surrounding area. Its significance goes beyond its impressive stature, as it serves as a living testament to the enduring spirit of Hilton Head, rooted deep in the low country soil. The Liberty Oak remains an integral part of the island's cultural tapestry, inviting all to appreciate the beauty and resilience of this magnificent southern giant. Hilton Head Island emerges as a tapestry woven with threads of history, natural beauty, and cultural significance. With its captivating landscapes, cultural landmarks, and welcoming spirit, Hilton Head remains a destination where the echoes of the past harmonize with the beauty of the present, best seen from the sky. Prescribed burning, also known as controlled burning, are planned fires conducted under specific conditions to achieve various land management goals. In South Carolina, more than 500,000 acres of land are burned each year through prescribed burnings. These intentional fires are an essential tool in managing the state's diverse ecosystems, including forests, grasslands, and wetlands. While the concept of intentionally setting fires may seem counterintuitive, the prescribed burnings offer a range of benefits for both the environment and society. They are also quite a spectacle when you get to see them from the sky. Prescribed burnings offer numerous benefits. They reduce fuel loads, lowering the risk of uncontrolled wildfires, and restore habitats by removing overgrowth and invasive species. Additionally, prescribed burnings improve forest health, particularly in pine forests, by reducing competition from hardwoods and encouraging the growth of desirable species. One of the primary agencies responsible for conducting prescribed burnings in South Carolina is the South Carolina Forestry Commission. Working closely with other agencies like the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources, landowners, communities, and other stakeholders, they ensure the prescribed burnings are conducted safely and effectively. The process of conducting a prescribed burn involves precise planning and execution. Fire managers begin by strategically igniting a backfire or backburn, which burns against the prevailing wind. This intentional strategy creates a slower moving, more manageable fire. Once the backfire is established, additional methods like flank fires and head fires are used to fill in the burn area. These fires are carefully controlled to limit the heat intensity and smoke production, ensuring they stay within acceptable levels. The goal is to create a mosaic pattern of burned and unburned vegetation, achieving the desired land management objectives while minimizing the environmental impact. After a prescribed burn is conducted, the immediate aftermath may show a blackened understory, with smaller fuels consumed by the fire. However, larger fuels like logs and stumps may continue to smolder for several days. Over time, herbaceous vegetation will resprout, and the site should be lush with greenery within a few months. The skeletons of hardwood vegetation killed by the fire will begin to break down, becoming fuel for future fires. Repeating prescribed burnings over time helps to maintain a healthy balance of vegetation and reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfires. Prescribed burnings play a vital role in the management of South Carolina's diverse ecosystems. The South Carolina Forestry Commission, through their careful planning and execution, help maintain a balance in the environment, ensuring its long-term health and sustainability for future generations to enjoy, whether on the ground or from the sky.
I'm originally from Zimbabwe, came to Landa, which is a small university. I believe your body is your temple. Understanding nutrition, understanding what you're putting in is really important if you want to maintain a healthy body and mental just well-being. Food is for the soul. I mean, just nutrition, and it just makes you feel good, especially if it's really good. When you eat that food, it really warms the soul. It's comforting. It's all traditional. Whether you go back to the Bible, food always brought people together, whether you broke bread, and it's a communion. What I try and do is use a lot of street food and infuse it into my menu, whether it's from Asia, Africa, more of an international blend of foods, ethnic cuisine. People just enjoy those flavors. I would say most of that comes from my heritage, because my mom was Indian, my dad, he's from Egypt. I've always had different cuisines always going on in my household, so I just wanted people to experience that too in the restaurant. In Zimbabwe, my parents owned restaurants, but I was a little smaller then. I never actually cooked. I always wonder where I got it from, but I guess I used to watch my mom cook in the kitchen and just be around the house all the time, and in my dad and mom's restaurant. So I always wanted to open up a restaurant. I use a lot of the ingredients from the market. We have a new market, I think it's been a year old now, but they have tremendous produce. They have everything, so whatever they have that's fresh, we try and use all those ingredients. Everything is produced freshly, all the soups are made fresh, keeps us honest, and you can taste the difference. So that's made us, because you can taste the difference when something is prepared freshly. And growing up, it was really important, because everything was done from scratch. They had the chicken run in the backyard, you had your egg, you had your vegetable garden, so all these fresh ingredients. And that's the way I was brought up, so, it reflects in my cooking. We have so many
Reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate to record your presence.
Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams is present. Mr. Alexander. Present. Mr. Allen. Present. Mr. Bennett. Present. Mr. Blackman is present. Mr. Bright, present. Mr. Campson. Absent Mr. Cash. Mr. Cash is present. Mr. Chaplin. Mr. Chaplin is present. Mr. Clymer. Mr. Clymer is present. Mr. Corbin, present. Mr. Cromer is present. Mr. Davis is present. Mrs. Devine. Absent Mr. Elliott is present. Mr. Fernandez is present. Mr. Gambrell, present. Mr. Garrett is present. Mr. Goldfinch is present. Mr. Graham is present. Mr. Grooms is present. Mr. Hembry. Mr. Hembry is present. Mr. Hutto. Absent Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson is absent. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson is present. Mr. Kennedy is present. Mr. Kimbrell. Absent Mr. Lieber. Absent Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin is present. Mr. Massey is present. Mrs. Matthews. Absent Mr. Ott is present. Mr. Peeler is present. Mr. Rankin. Absent Mr. Rickema is present. Mr. Rice. Absent Mr. Sabb. Mr. Rice is present. Mr. Sabb. Absent Mr. Stubbs is present. Mr. Sutton, present. Mr. Tedder. Absent Mr. Turner is present. Mr. Verdon is present. Mr. Walker is present. Mr. Williams is present. Mr. Young is present. Mr. Zell is present.
All members recorded your presence. Senator Devine is present. Have all members recorded your presence? Senator Kimbrell is present. Senator Campson is present. Have. Senator from Charleston, Senator Lieber is present. Have All members recorded your presence. Final call. Have all senators recorded your presence? The polls are closed. The clerk will please tabulate. Forty members of the Senate are present. A quorum of the Senate is present. Are there any petitions, memorials, presentments of grand jury, or such like papers? We have no communications. Therefore, we're on the introduction of new bills and resolutions. The reading clerk will please read.
Concurrent resolution by Senator Bennett to declare November 2026 as Lung Cancer Awareness Month in South Carolina.
Senator from Dorchester, what purpose you rise? State your request.
Unanimous consent to add the rule of the Senate to the lung cancer resolution.
Is there objection to unanimous consent request to add the role of the Senate? Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President.
That point is sustained. I'd ask the Senate to be in order. Senator from Dorchester, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Unanimous consent for immediate consideration of the lung cancer resolution.
Is there objection to unanimous immediate consideration to declare November 2026 as Lung Cancer Awareness Month in the state of South Carolina? Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. The motion before us is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. Reading clerk will continue to read.
Introduction of House Bill 5653. This bill amends the code relating to the Lee County Board of Education so as to clarify the method by which persons file to become a candidate for election to the board.
This bill will be placed on the local calendar.
The Judiciary Committee has reported favorable on the following statewide appointments. Member of the Public Service Authority Board of Directors, reappointment of at-large Chairman Mr. Peter M. McCoy, Jr., Esquire of Charleston.
Received as information.
Member of the Public Service Authority Board of Directors from the 1st Congressional District, reappointment Mr. Charles Samuel Bennett, II of Bluffton.
Received as information.
Reappointment of a member of the Public Service Authority Board of Directors from the 4th Congressional District, reappointment of Mr. Charles E. Dalton of Greenville.
Received as information.
Reappointment of a member of the Public Service Authority Board of Directors, 2nd Congressional District, reappointment of Stacey K. Taylor, Esquire of Chapin.
Received as information.
Reappointment of a member of the Public Service Authority Board of Directors from the 7th Congressional District, reappointment of Mr. Hugh L. Wilcox, Jr., Esquire of Florence.
Received as information.
Statewide appointment, member of the Public Service Authority Board of Directors, reappointment of a member representing Berkeley County, Mr. Samuel West, Esquire of Moncks Corner.
Received as information.
House has returned to the Senate with amendments. S. 961 bill by Senator Campson. It amends the code relating to catch limits for certain saltwater game fish so as to revise catch limits for red drum.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise, sir?
I move to waive the printing pursuant to Rule 32A. This is the red drum bill that is returned from the House.
All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Printing will be waived. Placed on the calendar.
House has returned to the Senate with amendments. S. 695, bill by Senator Young and others. It's to enact the South Carolina Safeguarding American Veterans Benefit Act by adding an article to the code to provide definitions, set guidelines, and limit for compensation, memorialize terms, and state penalties for noncompliance.
The bill will be placed on the calendar.
House has returned to the Senate with amendments. That's 787, bill by Senator Gambrill, which adds a section to the code so as to define bridge loans. It amends further sections relating to balloon payments so as to provide that this section does not apply to bridge loans.
The bill will be placed on the calendar. Reading clerk will continue to read.
House has returned to the Senate with amendments. S. 883, a concurrent resolution by Senators Alexander, Martin, Massey, Peeler, and Hutto, provide that pursuant to the Constitution of the state, when the respective houses of the General Assembly adjourn on Thursday, May 14, 2026, not later than 5 p.m., each house shall stand adjourned in recess subject to the call of the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, this is the sine die resolution. I ask that we take it up.
Senator is recognized.
Mr. President, there are introductions that need to be made. This would probably be a good time to do that.
Okay. Well, before we go to recognizing the senator from Edgefield, Senator from Richland, Senator Devine, what purpose do you rise?
To introduce the Doctor of the Day.
You're recognized to introduce the Doctor of the Day. While she comes to the podium, Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent to distribute materials to the members.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, to distribute material to the body? Hearing no objection, so ordered. The Senator from Richland, Senator Devine, joined by the Senator from Richland, Senator Jackson, recognized for the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the Senate. Today we have with us Dr. Richard McCain of Columbia. Mr. President, can I get some order, please? Thank you.
Senate, please be in order.
Thank you. Members of the Senate, today we have with us Dr. Richard McCain from Columbia. He is an orthopedic surgeon in sports medicine. He has been orthopedic surgeon in Columbia for 41 years now, with a special interest in trauma and sports medicine. He has 5 married children and a wife who is a kindergarten teacher, and thank her for her service. And he wants to thank the members of the Senate and all legislators and lobbyists who work tirelessly every year for our state. And so if the members of the Senate would help us welcome Dr. Richard McCain.
Welcome to the Senate. Thank you for your service as our Doctor of the Day and for your service to our community. Senator from Edgefield. Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent to distribute material to the body.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request from the Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, to distribute material to the body? Hearing no objection, so ordered. The Senator from Edgefield is recognized on the sine die resolution. Senate, please be in order. Senator from Edgefield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, this is the sine die resolution, and I don't know that it needs a whole lot of explanation. But my understanding is the House made one amendment to it, and that would allow the General Assembly in the sine die period, which would be after Thursday, to consider congressional redistricting and to receive any conference reports if necessary to deal with congressional redistricting. I think, Mr. President, that is the only amendment that is that the House put on the resolution. So that is really what's before us. And I know there are some amendments that senators have to propose. Those will obviously come up. I want to give my thoughts on this before we get to those amendments, and also understand procedurally, and I think this is important, Mr. President, for everybody to understand. The sine die, of course, requires a 2/3 vote, but because of the posture it's in, whenever we get to the last amendment that's up there, that vote could very well send the sine die back, right? There may not be an up or down vote on the sine die itself because of that posture. Make sure everybody understands that, right? If there are amendments, if the last amendment up gets adopted, it's going back. Okay, there will not be a separate vote on the resolution itself. So I want everybody to understand that. Make sure we know what amendments are up there, and especially whichever one is last. Because if the last amendment receives a 2/3 vote, it's gone. Okay, just to make sure everybody understands what we're dealing with here. All right. So last week was a pretty interesting week for me. I had never had the privilege of speaking with the President of the United States until last week, and it really was. It was a privilege. I enjoyed the conversation. It was a very good conversation. He gave me more.
Sergeants, I want the senator to have the attention of the body. Senator from Edgefield.
Thank you, sir. The President of the United States gave me more time in a phone call than I could have expected. It was a good phone call. It was very gracious, and I won't relay all of it, but there are some things that I want to talk about because the President told me, he said, "Look, I hope you can help us out." He said, but I understand you got to do what you're comfortable with. You got to do what you think is right. He said, but these people, talking about the Democrats in Washington, he said, these people are crazy. Yes, sir, I agree with you. He told me, these people hate me. And I think, Mr. President, that's obvious. There's no question about that. There is a lot of hatred in Washington. There's a lot of hatred in the world. And he's certainly the recipient of a lot of that. There's no question there. The President doesn't want the Democrats to win the majority of the House of Representatives. I don't either. I would hope that the home team can retain the majority. And I would also hope that if the home team retains the majority, that they'll actually do something productive with it. Over the last year and a half, I suspect if we look back at what they've done with the majority, I don't know that anybody in here could name more than one piece of legislation they passed. And no matter how big and beautiful it was, there's a whole lot more that they've left on the table. And that, to me, is disappointing, to have a majority that doesn't do anything with it. I will say, however, that if the Democrats do win control of the United States House of Representatives, it will not be because of South Carolina. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later. It won't be because of South Carolina. And I am curious what they could actually do if they even want it. They're not going to have the ability to pass anything. If anything, I think what they would probably do is just remind people of what they have done and what they would do if they were given larger control. But I want to talk some, Mr. President, about my concerns regarding this proposal. I'm not here to persuade anybody. I'm not here to advocate for any position. My purpose in speaking today is really about explaining why I have arrived at the position that I've arrived at. You know, what really got this conversation started was the U.S. Supreme Court opinion week before last in Louisiana versus Calais. And that opinion sparked a lot of conversation, and it led to a number of states, especially across the Southeast, looking at their congressional maps. And that resulted in a lot of attention on South Carolina about our congressional maps. And because of that opinion, the conclusion from a lot of people is that our maps are unconstitutional and we must change them. We must change them to be compliant with the Constitution. The president asked me to look at our map in light of that opinion. The governor has asked us to look at our maps in light of that opinion. I think those are reasonable requests. I think in light of the Supreme Court opinion, we absolutely should look at our map. And we did. Mr. President, we've looked extensively at that. We've had conversations with attorneys who've represented the Senate in the past, just a couple years ago when we got approval in the U.S. Supreme Court of our map. We have looked at that issue. And I think it's important that everybody understand this. Our map is perfectly constitutional right now. We are not Louisiana. We are not Alabama. We are not Mississippi. Our map is not unconstitutional. The Louisiana versus Calais opinion does not apply to South Carolina because South Carolina does not have a Section 2 district. South Carolina used to have a Section 2 district 30 years ago, but it does not have a Section 2 district today because the population has changed. And the result of that is that we do not have a Section 2. We do not have a majority-minority district. Our districts are perfectly constitutional. The U.S. Supreme Court told us that in 2024. And I know what I've heard is that, well, that challenge was dealing with the first. It was not dealing with the sixth. And indeed, it did focus primarily on the first. However, at the core of that challenge was that the General Assembly had impermissibly moved people from the first into the sixth and from the sixth into the first. You can't talk about the first without talking about the sixth, right? They go together. If one is constitutional, so is the other. If the first is constitutional, so is the sixth. We do not have a racial gerrymander. And I know that surprises a lot of people. We don't. We do not have a racial gerrymander in our congressional map. We do have a partisan gerrymander. And there are a number of us who worked to that effort in 2021 to create that. The senator from Charleston and I had the displeasure of being deposed for hours and even having to testify in U.S. District Court on that issue. And look, we based our current map on partisan numbers. We were trying to maximize Republican seats, and I'm not shy about saying it. That's what we did, right? We tried to maximize our seats, and effectively what we were trying to do is to shore up the first district for a Republican candidate. And this is this is the way we did it, right? We created a 6-1 map. Mr. President, we did it before everybody else did it. So our map, the 6th district, is not constitutional. There is not unconstitutional. There is frankly no real argument that it is unconstitutional. Because if you read the Louisiana opinion and you read Alexander, which was ours, if you read those two opinions, in fact, in the Louisiana opinion, they even reference Alexander as the basis of their opinion. If you read those two opinions, you know that our districts are perfectly constitutional. Now, that in itself doesn't end the question. You can still have the political question of whether we should go beyond 6-1. And I think ultimately that's what the question is before us today. Now, I've got a number of concerns about this, and I don't want to take all day with it, but I do want to explain my concerns here. The first is, of course, trying to go to 7-0, I think, is extremely risky from a political standpoint. I think at best you're going to get 6-1, and you may even go 5-2. I've told the press a number of times, I think if you get cute with this, you could end up in a 5-2 scenario. I don't want to go 5-2. I don't want Hakeem Jeffries as the Speaker of the House. I think the best chance that South Carolina has to prevent that from happening is with our current maps, because we know what we're going to get. We don't know what we're going to get on the other side. Well, we've had different proposals. The numbers keep changing. The numbers are not reliable. We don't know what the numbers are in reality. What I do know is that we're 6-1 today. And if we want to maximize our chances, we know what we've got. And if we start tinkering with this, my concern is that we can make this a whole lot worse. The map that's been proposed, I told a lot of people when they've asked me about this, that we looked at all of our different ways to maximize things. We couldn't come up with 7-0. The map that's been proposed is closer to 7-0 than anything I've seen. We didn't think about that. Now, I'll tell you the reason we didn't think about that. Because the map that's been proposed, every map that I have seen, destroys something that has always been extremely important when the General Assembly has looked at drawing maps. And that is preserving communities of interest. This proposal blows that up. Right? This proposal has Clemson and Columbia in the same Senate and in the same congressional district. This proposal does real and extreme damage to York County. It just flat out does. York and Lancaster go together. When you split York and Lancaster, you're going to do damage to Lancaster and to York. Because right now, York and Lancaster anchor the 5th District. Splitting them up divides a traditional and historic community of interest. But it does more than that, because the proposal that's out there splits York County itself. It takes Fort Mill out of York County, takes it out of the 5th, puts it into the 6th. Right? That is a real problem as well. That changes the anchor in that district. It changes that community of interest. Those people who have for so long bandied together to advocate for federal policy changes are going to be split. Their strength is diminished. The district is weakened. Those things that South Carolina has traditionally relied on to advocate for federal policy is diminished because of that change. And there's no question about that. It sends a lot of that over into Greenville and Pickens counties, which, if you are in York or Lancaster County, has a significant impact on your ability to impact your congressperson, to influence those elections. It may very well be to the point that where York has anchored a congressional district for decades, may no longer have that. That is a real problem. They didn't consider that because that wasn't their concern. As South Carolinians, however, we should consider that. This district, this map, puts Myrtle Beach in the same district with Charleston. Y'all, Myrtle Beach and Charleston are not the same. They are not the same culturally. They are not the same economically. They don't have the same needs. They don't have the same issues that rise to the level of federal intervention. They are very different. And when you put them together, you're going to have the result of that is going to be to diminish either the influence that Myrtle Beach has or the influence that Charleston has. Putting Myrtle Beach in the same district with the port is a problem, y'all. Separating Myrtle Beach from Florence is a problem in the PD. Myrtle Beach and Florence go together. They complement each other. Florence and Lancaster do not. When they were drawing this map, they didn't consider those things. Those things weren't important to them. And I understand it, and I think their concern is important. It is absolutely important. But there are other concerns that you have to look at. There is no way that we would have come up with a map that just blows up those traditional and historic communities of interest. I think that is something that is very important. It should be important for us. I also think doing this is going to tick some people off. Now, I'm not concerned about ticking off Democrats. That doesn't bother me. I do that every day standing right here. We'll talk about that a little bit too. But what I am concerned about is how will this be received by people in the middle? Look, everybody, I think we get lost on this sometimes. Everybody in South Carolina is not a rabid partisan like I am. Everybody in South Carolina is not a rabid partisan like we are. All right, most people in South Carolina think we're freaking crazy. All right, they do. And I know that, you know that, but when you look at primary turnout, we're 10, 12, maybe in a presidential year we get up to 20. Like, that's what the percentage turnout of those who've registered to vote. All right, most people are not partisan. Most people are in the middle and they can go back and forth. Now, South Carolina, most South Carolinians are conservative. That doesn't mean they always vote for Republicans, but they're conservative. And I think when you do something like this, there's going to be an impact. I also think that one of the side effects of this is, very candidly, you're going to motivate black turnout. And there will be repercussions for that. There will be down ballot repercussions for that. This will have an effect on state house races. It will have an effect on county council races. There will be some of those races. Y'all remember the state house races had some very narrowly decided, so did we, right? So did we, gentlemen. But the state house has even more narrowly decided races. This will have an impact on them. There will be Republican losses in the State House of Representatives because of this. There will be Republican losses on county council because of this. It will have that effect. They didn't consider that. That wasn't their concern, and I understand that, but it's a concern that I have. Here's another concern that I have that I'm really having a difficult time getting around. We already have ballots that have been cast. But it's not just any ballots, y'all. We have active duty military that are serving around the world that have already submitted their ballots. Now, they may be in some pretty harmless places, like maybe Germany, South Korea sometimes. You've probably got some people who are on a battleship or are flying missions over the desert who have already cast their ballots. The effect of this is to discard those ballots. That's tough for me. If you change the primary dates, some of those people will not be able to vote because they're going to be in different places. They're going to get shipped around. Who knows where they're going to be in 2 months? Some of those people, some of those active duty military who have already cast ballots will not be able to cast a ballot. That is a problem. It should be a problem. I'm very concerned about that. There are lots of other absentee ballots that have already been cast, both from overseas voters, but even domestically. Like, we're already within this time period where the Election Commission has been mailing out absentee ballots to your 85-year-old neighbor who prefers to vote by absentee because our law allows it. There are ballots that may not have been received but are in the mail. These ballots will be discarded. at least from their congressional races, or depending on what decisions we make on that. That is troubling to me. I also think it's important to recognize there are logistical difficulties for the Election Commission to hold 2 statewide races in the summer. And we just passed a bill, last week, 2 weeks ago, to try to make uniform special elections that would have the first special elections would be in August. The proposal that's been talked about in the House would be to have, first off, splitting the primaries, which I think is a terrible idea. If you're a congressional candidate, you know this is a terrible idea. It is going to result in a much diminished turnout. It is going to result in confusion among voters, because as much as this is a surprise to us, most people ain't listening to us. Right? Most people are living their lives. They ain't got time to watch this comedy show. Many people are going to be confused by having 2 sets of primaries, if that's what the General Assembly elects to do. We've got logistical issues with school start dates in August. But there are a number of logistical issues, and we're not even going to talk about how much money it's going to cost. But I do think those are things that matter. They're things that we need to consider. Those are things that have not been considered before, but they will absolutely have an impact on South Carolinians. I said earlier that if the U.S. House goes to a Democratic majority, it won't be because of South Carolina. That's because we are already heavily gerrymandered. We are the most gerrymandered Republican state in the country already. And we did that intentionally. There have been celebrated changes in Florida over the last week. Those celebrated changes in Florida get them to where we are now. Yesterday, the U.S. Supreme Court allowed Alabama to use a map that it had passed but had previously been stopped by the courts. Yesterday, they allowed Alabama to use this map that they passed before. Alabama also has 7 congressional districts. That map would allow Alabama to use a 6-1 map. Right? The U.S. Supreme Court decision yesterday allowed Alabama to do what we have already done. Now, those are all important reasons, but there are other reasons. There are other things that I think are actually bigger concerns. Mr. President, South Carolina has always punched above its weight in Washington. We've always had, some of those people are represented in portraits hanging in this chamber. We have always had the ability to punch above our weight and deliver. And I'm not just talking about like earmarks or monetary requests, but we have had the ability to influence national, if not international, policy from South Carolina. Look, you look right over here, Jimmy Burns, a lot of people don't know who that is. Actually, I think Jimmy Burns is one of the most impactful and influential South Carolinians in history. What he was able to do in the United States Congress, what he was able to do in the Senate. Jimmy Burns effectively ran the country in World War II because President Roosevelt was focused on the war. Jimmy Burns got his start in the district that I represent. We have always punched above our weight. To the gentleman in the corner over here, the gentleman above him, Floyd Spence is in here too. He got, Senator Sessler bumped him out. But we've always punched above our weight. Yeah, better not. Yeah. And we've been able to do that, and this is important. We've been able to punch above our weight regardless of the administration, regardless of who the president is, regardless of who occupies the White House. South Carolina has been able to deliver, not just for South Carolina, but for the country and the world. We have had that influence. Doing this will absolutely diminish that influence. It just will. And everybody knows it. right? Everybody in here, everybody who's familiar with the process, we understand what's going to happen here. Look, y'all, regardless of who the president is, regardless of who's in charge, there has to be somebody in South Carolina who can make a phone call and somebody at the White House will answer it. If we don't have that, South Carolinians are the ones that are going to suffer because of it. Whether we're talking about the state as a whole or individually, South Carolinians will suffer if we don't have influence regardless of who's in the White House. I believe, I'm convinced, this map diminishes that influence. I also believe that our state is stronger with vibrant parties. I think we as a whole are stronger when we have a clash of ideas. I think that's true at the national level. I think it's true at the state level. We are stronger when we have a clash of ideas and we can discuss those policy goals. I will tell my Republican friends, Republicans are stronger when the Democrat Party is vibrant and viable. We are. Competition makes you better, y'all. We know it in the economic sector. It also happens in the political sector. Competition makes you better. Now, part of that, I think, allows us to display just how wacky some of their ideas are. And frankly, we don't have to do it to them. They can do it themselves. But more than that, though, it sharpens our skills. It makes our ideas stronger. It makes our policies better. It makes South Carolina better in the long run if we allow for that debate to occur. A legitimate opponent will make a competitor better every time. I've heard it argued, I've seen it argued on social media, I've heard it argued, people have told me this, that this is what you're supposed to do with power. This is what you're supposed to do with a supermajority. You're supposed to punish your opponents. Really? Is that how it's supposed to work? Is that how it's supposed to work here? I mean, I know that's how it works in some other places around the world, but is that how it's supposed to work here? You know, to most people in the country, I think this is the perfect example of just how much elected officials have lost their way. Too many people in power just want to do whatever it takes to stay in power. They'll do whatever it takes to keep it. But I ask, to what end? What do you do with it when you've attained it? I believe the legitimate use of power in this context is to make people safer, to ensure they have the freedom to make decisions to guide their own lives, to offer opportunities for success. You know, this whole outdated idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I don't seek power to punish. I want it to uplift. And I think we have been extremely successful here in the Senate and in the General Assembly in doing just that over the last several years, of advancing those goals. We have, I think, Mr. President, we have used our power effectively and appropriately. Now, I know there are a number of my Democratic colleagues who don't think that's the case. They don't agree with me on that. They think that we have been heavy-handed. They think that we have come down too hard on them. I promise you it could have been a whole lot worse. I have tried very hard, and I've said this publicly and privately, I don't want to be Washington. I don't want the Senate to be the House of Representatives. It could be. But I've tried to make it not that way. And others have tried to make it not that way. And I get it. I mean, I think a lot of our Democratic senators or House members think that we have been too heavy-handed, and I get it. I mean, if you're not in the majority, you don't get to set the agenda and you don't get the things that you want. I understand. It also means that you lose a lot of things that you don't want to lose on. I understand that too. Mr. President, I suspect that over the last several years that statewide, if you gave the Democrats an opportunity to take out one legislator from the House or the Senate, I suspect I'm at the top of the list. And I think I've earned that. And that's okay. That's all right. But I think we need to use the power that we've been entrusted with in a legitimate manner. And we have been extremely successful at advancing a number of conservative goals in that effort. I don't think you accomplish those goals by stamping out the opposition and not giving them a voice. Crushing the minority opposition is not a demonstration of strength. It's an admission of fear and a show of weakness. And I don't think it's successful in the long term anyway. If you tell children, heck, even adults, if you tell them, don't go in that room, there's something harmful in that room, don't go in there, what are they going to do? They're all opening the door, aren't they? So are we. Everybody does it. It's human nature. If you're told not to do something, you're going to do it. If you're told not to watch this television show, you're going to watch it. If you're told not to listen to this song, you're going to listen to it. If I tell my daughter, don't get on social media, she's going to do it because I told her not to. That's human nature. I would say also that if you crush the opposition, if you stamp them out, if you don't allow the voice to be heard, people will listen even more intently. They will listen more closely. The majority will give credibility to minority voices by trying to crush it. We will make people in the middle, those who are not rabid partisans, they will be more receptive to arguments that they are not receptive to now because we've told them they shouldn't even hear it. Because that's how humans work. Trying to silence a voice, which is effectively what this does, right? That's effectively what this does. Trying to silence a voice is going to result in people wanting to hear that voice. That is especially the case here, where that minority voice consistently represents 40 to 45% of the electorate. Trying to stamp out that voice will cause more people to pay attention to it. And those of us in power who try to do that to the minority will give more credibility to it. It is a self-defeating effort. There are many historical examples of this. Y'all know what I'm saying is true. But there are historical examples of it. Look, the French Revolution began with some legitimate public complaints. And it quickly went out of control. Robespierre, who ignited the fire, ultimately determined that in order to save the Republic, he had to pursue policies that were antithetical to the Republic. So began the Reign of Terror. Now, we know how that ended. At least I hope we know how that ended. We're doing a really crappy job these days of teaching history and civics. Last week and this week is time for, if you have a high school student, you know this is the time of the year when they're taking the end of course exams. The end of course exam that is we always do the worst on. I mean, we take end of course tests on sciences, on literature, on English, on math, all these things. You know the end of course test that South Carolina students always do the worst on? U.S. history and the Constitution. We are failing our children in that regard, y'all. And that I suspect that if we ask, and this is not U.S. history or the Constitution, but if you ask high school seniors in South Carolina who was Robespierre, you're going to get blank looks. But Robespierre is extremely important for us to understand of who we are, how we got here, what we should be, and more importantly, what we should not be. Y'all, I didn't sign up for Parliament. And I don't want to be in Parliament. I don't like that the Congress, over the last 125 years or so, has effectively relinquished its legislative authority to the executive, whomever that executive is. I think it's bad for the separation of powers. It's bad for the country. It is something that, as a huge fan, I don't want to get the senator from Charleston worked up here, as a huge fan of James Madison, it is antithetical to his creation. And my default position on government is Madison was probably right. Whatever the issue is, my default position is Madison was probably right. Didn't mean he didn't do some bad things in his life. Didn't mean he's right about everything. But on matters of government, Madison's probably right. You got to prove to me that he wasn't. The separation of powers may actually be the most important governmental doctrine that has been created in the history of man. It is that important. And what the Congress has done to relinquish their authority to the executive is terrible. And we all see the results of that. There's another important principle that is enshrined in the Constitution that has been whittled away some as well. This one should be important to all of us. Another brilliant creation, and that is of federalism and the sovereignty of the states. I don't want to be a participant in further eroding federalism and further diminishing the essential role of states. This issue, like so many others, is by design and writ of the Constitution exclusively reserved to the states and the people of the state's elected representatives. And so it should be. The states are not mere political subdivisions of the federal government. The states are not here to take orders and direction. The states are sovereign, independent creatures. Those sovereign, independent creatures willingly relinquished certain powers and authority to gain certain specified cohesive protections. They did not relinquish more than what is explicitly written. They did not expect to gain more than that which is explicitly written. And with the portrait of Calhoun behind me, I cannot in good conscience surrender this authority that has been preserved to, for, and by the states and merely take orders from those who are not in South Carolina. Especially from those whose concern on this issue, while understandable, I absolutely understand what the president's concern is here. I understand what the president's issue is here. I don't disagree with that. But there are other concerns that we have to consider. Those concerns have not been considered at all with the proposal that we have. Those concerns affect South Carolina and South Carolinians, and it is up to us to consider those things. If we don't consider those concerns of South Carolina, there is no one left. We are the last line. I have too much Southern blood in me to surrender. Indeed, as some of you will recognize, it is my heritage to stand erect, proud and unafraid, to think and act for myself, enjoy the benefits of my creations, to face the whole world boldly and say, I am a free American. That's what I try to accomplish today. Nikita Khrushchev reportedly said, "We will bury you from within." It was a recognition that it was extremely unlikely that anybody could ever conquer the United States from outside, that we would always join together and defend ourselves, and that we would be triumphant in that defense. But he thought there was a fatal flaw. He thought that the American system itself was contradictory, that it couldn't last, that the contradictions of capitalism that creates class struggles and economic inequality would be the downfall, that it would lead to uprisings, and we would destroy ourselves. Look around, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe he was right. Maybe the way to conquer the United States of America is not externally. Maybe it is to incite internal troubles and to have us turn on ourselves. Maybe it includes declaring your neighbors, your political opponents, as enemies of the state. And rather than having a public debate of ideas and allowing the public to decide, maybe it means just putting the boot down on the minority. I hear those who say they would do it to you. We've all heard that. If the Democrats were in power and they had the opportunity, they'd do it to you. Maybe. I don't know. We've seen that in other places. I would hope that wouldn't be the case. But I'm not naive. My larger question, though, is that the way it should happen? They do it to you, so you should do it to them? Do unto others as you believe they would do unto you? Is that it? Is that what we teach our children? Does it only apply to children? Right, does it only apply to children? Does it not apply to adults? I don't remember that being the context in the Gospel of Matthew. And I don't think the Messiah meant it only as something to apply to children. But how we interact with each other. I think you do what you know to be right. Sometimes you'll get taken advantage of it. You should do it anyway. You should do it because it's right. Not because you might win because of it. Not because it may hurt an opponent. You should do it because it's right. And I believe that good and decent people, those people who make up this state and this country, they will determine right from wrong. And they'll respond accordingly, even if that means at the ballot box. Now, I understand that sometimes it doesn't work out that way. It doesn't work out the way you want it to. It doesn't work out to be the way that you believe is the right way. And we become frustrated with that. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that there are likely consequences for me personally standing here right now and taking the position that I'm in. I understand that. I'm comfortable with that. I may not like it, but I'm comfortable with it. I've got to look in the mirror. My conscience is clear on this one, y'all. I've had a number of people who, some of you in here have come up to me, hey, how you doing? I know you're taking a beating. Yeah, it's part of the gig. I've had people call me, ask me, hey, how's this going? I know you're taking a beating. Yeah, I mean that's true. That's it's not fun, but it's part of it. I've had people say, look, I know this is a hard one for you. Look, and I've taken a lot of hits, but this one isn't hard. This isn't hard at all. Like there are some hard ones that come up. This one isn't hard for me. Because I know what the right thing to do is. My conscience is clear on it, regardless of what the result may be. Regardless, and I don't know, in fact, I had a conversation with the Deputy Chief of Staff this morning. He asked me what was going to happen. I said, I don't know. Because I haven't counted votes. I haven't counted votes at all. Some of you have told me what you're thinking, but I haven't counted votes. I don't know where the votes are. I don't know what's going to happen in a little bit when we get there. I've had many of y'all called to tell me that you've been getting a lot of pressure from the White House over the weekend, but I don't know what the vote count is. This is, as I've told many of you privately, and I think I've even said it publicly to the press, this is every senator for himself or herself. You got to do what you think is right. You got to make the best decision for South Carolina that you can make. Now, I will tell you, there are consequences for that, right? there are consequences either way, frankly. And I think we all need to recognize that going in. But, you know, I said I got too much Southern in my blood. I've got too much resistance in my heritage. I've had a number of people who've called me over the last several days and said, you know, hey, I've got this friend in the White House, or I've got this friend in this group that's involved in this, and they've been calling, they've been asking, how do we get to Massey? And they, every one of these people have told me that their response was, well, you don't try to bully him, right? I got too much red in my neck for that to happen. And it has the exact opposite effect on me. Now, I'll say, to their credit, they haven't done that with me. They've all been very nice to me. They've been very cordial. They've let me know what their position is. And maybe that changes after today. I don't know. But I recognize that's a possibility, if not a likelihood, and I'm comfortable with that because my conscience is clear. Mr. President, we've all heard the story of after those men suffered through the sweltering heat in Philadelphia in the summer of 1787, when they finally emerge in September, they come out, and there's this story. It may be apocryphal. I don't know if it's legit or not. But we've all heard the story that when they emerge, when Mr. Franklin emerges, very old at this point, he was probably the oldest of all the delegates. He emerges, and a woman approaches him and says, well, Dr. Franklin, what have you wrought? His response, as we all know, a republic. If you can keep it. If you can keep it. All the forces, every external force, sometimes internal forces, all the forces are working to pull it apart. If you can keep it. Maybe Khrushchev was right. Maybe we become convinced that the only way to preserve the republic is to implement policies that are contrary to the founding ideas of the republic. Maybe we turn on ourselves. Maybe 250 years in, maybe we can't keep it. I really hope that's not the case, but maybe it is. But if that's to happen, if we're going to further erode those institutions, if we're going to further erode those essential governmental protections, if we're going to lose this radical idea of a nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal, a nation that in its constitution guarantees to each state a republican form of government to ensure the debate of ideas, if that's going to happen, Mr. President, by God, it's not going to be because I surrendered it. I'm voting no.
Senator. Thank you, Senator from Edgefield. Senator from Orangeburg, what purpose do you rise, sir? You're recognized to be heard. While he comes to the podium, Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request, sir.
Have the eloquent words of the Senator Massey recorded in the journal.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, to have the words from the Senator from Edgefield placed in the journal? Hearing no objection, so ordered. The Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Hutto, has been recognized.
Thank you. I don't think it'll come as a surprise to any of you when I tell you that I don't disagree with the thing that the majority leader just said. Because what he said is based on what we all know. This is a vote about doing what's right. And we know what's right is reapportionment is a big deal. It is a big deal. It's one that we take on every 10 years with like a 2-year process. And one of the important parts of that process is we listen to the public. We have public hearings around the state to try and determine what the communities of interest are that ought to be put together in each of these congressional districts. And it is important that all voices be heard. The maps that we have now are probably the most political maps we've ever had. And quite frankly, I don't like them. I don't like the fact that with roughly 40% of the vote in this state, Democrats only get to elect one congressman. But when you jam a lot of Democrats into one district, it's bound to create Republican districts all around it. The flip side of that is probably true as well. And so in a way, I sort of welcome new maps. But I also think that it should be done with a purpose and a process. And that process has to include public input, which is something right now, apparently, we're just going to surrender this to somebody from out of the state who drew this map and not let South Carolinians participate in this. We're going to unnecessarily split counties. We're going to take counties that have always been together in a district and separate them. It just doesn't make any sense. As of today, 8,247 ballots have already been mailed out. Hundreds have already been returned. Some from military folks that are fighting a war in the Middle East or protecting us around the world, and some from people that just know that they're not going to be available to vote in June. But if we go forward with the possibility that we're going to extend the debate on reapportionment and then come up with new maps, it's almost guaranteed that we cannot have congressional races in June. So if you can't have congressional races in June, and assuming that you keep all the other races where you are, we're going to be asking the people of South Carolina to go to the poll time after time after time after time between now and November, because there's going to be a primary in June, and then there's going to be runoffs. And then there's going to be a primary in who knows when, but let's say August or September, and then there's going to be runoffs, and then there's going to be an election in November. That is unfair to the voters of South Carolina. You know, we have just gone through an effort to make sure that municipalities vote on major election days and not create these random election days that would call on people to go out and vote, which it guarantees that the turnout is going to be low. You know, when people vote consistently on 2 days, the primary day and the election day, we get the best turnout. And when you get the best turnout, you get the best process that works for all of the people. There are candidates out there now who have spent hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, basically on thinking that an election is going to take place in June. There are individual citizens in your district who have been walking, knocking doors, who've been making phone calls, who've been working diligently for an election in June. And to pull the rug out from under those folks now is not the way that we do things. The bottom line is, it's just not right. What if we do have to have 5 elections between now and November? How much is that going to cost? Well, the answer is millions. And who else is going to be, are we going to call upon to sacrifice? And those are the people that work the polls every time. It's hard enough now in some places for us to get election workers who are willing to take off 2 days a year and monitor the elections and serve as our dedicated election workers. And now we're going to ask them to take off 5 days for a June primary, a June runoff, an August or September primary, an October runoff. And then we're going to have the runoff in the congressional race jammed so close to the election, there's really not going to be a whole lot of time left to campaign for those. Some people are probably going to have primary opposition in a congressional race if it's reapportioned, and some may not. And so whoever is left standing after that last runoff is going to have very little time to respond to whoever the other party is nominated that may not have had a primary. So voter fatigue, election worker fatigue, the cost to this state, all of those things should weigh on our minds as we make this decision. Beyond that, we have not anticipated in this budget that we're going to need that much money for elections. I don't think we have it in the budget to run 5 elections for the rest of this year. We know that we were planning to run a primary with a runoff and then an election, and we've got that in the budget, but we didn't have this extra. On top of that, who in here believes that if we do this, it's not going to be challenged in court? We know it is. Well, there's another $1 million that we're going to have to budget to defend a process that is flawed from the outset, one that didn't have any public input, didn't have any public hearings, didn't take testimony about what communities of interest the voters want us to take into account as we draw these lines. We are basically, I remember it was just last week when somebody said, have you seen the map? Have you seen the map? Do you want to see the map? That is no way to run a railroad when we got to sit around and wait till the last minute to see a map that somebody not from South Carolina drew and said, here's what you've got to pass. That's not, we don't give up our rights as senators to decide what's best for the citizens we represent. We don't just take documents from Washington and say, thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We are the deliberate body who, in essence, is supposed to represent the will of our constituents after we've heard from them. Half the people of South Carolina haven't even seen these maps yet. They're running races. People are knocking on doors right now, running races that they believe they know where the district lines are, and are going to be really surprised to find out that they aren't anywhere close to where they used to be. That 5 Points is going to be lumped together with Rock Hill, that Clemson and University of South Carolina might be in the same district. I mean, there are variations in this map that have never been seen before. I mean, we've had reapportionment over the years, but almost always the upstate and Greenville and Spartanburg have been together, York and Cherokee and Union and Lancaster have sort of been together. There's always been some coastal districts and a Midlands district. And you generally kind of have those, except they're, you know, one of the complaints was these maps they should look right. It does not look right when downtown Columbia and Rock Hill are in the same district. It just doesn't look right. Nothing against Rock Hill or Columbia, don't live in either place, but I can tell you that the people I know from there, they don't necessarily I've never thought, boy, that would be a community of interest that we really ought to take into account. The process is being rushed for no reason. Well, I guess there is a reason. And this gets to something the majority leader said. Is the reason to further pit us against one another? Is the reason to make us continue this unnecessary bickering that we seem to be having these days? I will tell you, and you know, that the best work of this Senate is done when we work together. The major bills that have been passed in this Senate in the last, well, this entire century, have been bills that have enjoyed bipartisan support because they've had buy-in from all of the citizens across this state, not just a handful of citizens here or there. It's important that all voices be heard. It's important that we have somebody in Congress representing South Carolina who can call the White House no matter which party is in control. You can look back at things that have happened that we have enjoyed the ability to talk to the White House with a Republican majority in control, and there are things that Congressman Clyburn was able to get done when the Democrats controlled the House, yet the Republicans controlled the presidency. And that gets back to working together in the best interest of South Carolina. So I'm just telling you, if you think about what's right's not to rush something as major as reapportionment. What's right is not to take a map that somebody else gave us without having public input. What's right is not having a map that doesn't contain communities of interest. What's right's not to put voter fatigue on the voters by having 5 elections, by creating confusion among candidates and voters. And particularly what's not right is the fact that people have already cast their ballots based on a map that has been deemed constitutional. I mean, this map was actually challenged and was found to be a partisan map, but one that's withstood constitutional muster. So I just want you to know that if you really want to look back on the consequential votes that you've taken in your time up here, and some of you have been here a few years, and some of us have been here a lot more, this is going to be one of those consequential votes that you're going to have to go back and think about over time, maybe explain over time, maybe wrestle with over time. All I ask you to do is do not what you think is partisan, not what you think somebody from out of this state wants you to do, but do what you know is right. Thank you.
Senator from Richland, Senator Jackson, what purpose you raise?
President, I'd like to be heard.
Senator from Richland, Senator Jackson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the Senate. I will not be long, and I will tell you that my intent is not to talk about the partisan ramifications, the racial ramifications, but I just want to talk about the benefits or perhaps the detriment to South Carolina. But in order to do that, I want you to allow me to share with you just some context of my background and how I got here, and some of the wise advice that was given to me. When I was a young man, 34 years old, running for the Senate, someone suggested to me that I go to what was then Senator from Calhoun County, SCNG, and meet with a gentleman by the name of Lawrence Gressett. And one of the reasons why they suggested that I meet with Lawrence Gressett, because he was a wise business person, and at that time, all of Calhoun County was a part of my Senate district, which was not a majority black district. 34 years old, running for the Senate in a non-majority black district that the late Senator Isidore Lurie had held for 20 years. And I ran not because I thought it was a great district for an African American, but I ran because Senator Lurie, when he decided not to run, recruited me as a young school board member and a close friend to his son Joel to actually run. And it was Isidore Lurie who said to me, Darrell, I need you to go and spend some time with Lawrence Gressett, who was the son of the famous Marion Gressett, whose building we are in today. So I go to what was SCNG, I sit down, young man, and meet with Lawrence Gressett, CEO, and he says to me, he says, son, Isidore sent you here for me to give you one piece of advice that my father gave him, and he asked that I give to you. He says, if you are elected to the Senate, remember that you are a state senator, and what is in the best interest of South Carolina should be your priority and should take precedence over anything else you do. He says, I know that you're from Richland County, but the state is greater than Richland County. I know your family is from Lower Richland County, but the state is greater than your community where your family has come from. And by the way, one of the advantages that I have, and there aren't many who look like me who can do this, is that Senator from Charleston, I can trace my lineage back to 1776. I know who my relative was in 1776. And because of that, because we have been able to share that with generations, I stand here as someone who is a proud South Carolinian. With all of the horrible things, all of the great things that have happened, I am still Senator from Lawrence, who I consider one of my dear friends, although we disagree on some things, we have been from day one, a proud South Carolinian. So let me share with you briefly why I'm here today. because one of the things that I learned, and this is what Lawrence Gressett said as well, he says, there's one thing that my dad said you can always count on, is that nothing stays the same, and that there will be changes. When I was elected, Senator Famori, you and I came in together on a class with about 11 or 12 members, and you and I are the only two that are still here. Things have certainly changed since then. Changed a lot. When I was elected, the Democrats were the majority. The seniority system was the norm for the day. The senator from Cherokee, my dear friend, Senator John Corson from Richland County, said to me, he says, I want to become, quote, your best Republican friend. He said, because there aren't many of us in here, but I suspect that we and our numbers will grow. And we never lost that respect. He and I talked today, and in fact, a couple months ago, we took him to lunch with Senator Joel Lurie and some of the others to really thank him for always being a gentleman. But Lawrence Gressett said, his dad said to him that this is the one thing that you can count on, is that nothing will be the same. Why is that important? Because there will come a day, and there will come a time, perhaps sooner or later, I am not sure, because I'm not here to be partisan on that, that the party in charge of Congress will change. It happens. It happens. It has changed hands several times since I was elected. There will come a day, perhaps, in which the House of Representatives in Congress is not going to be of the party that it is now. There will come a time, there will come a day when someone in the White House is probably and perhaps going to be from a different party. And here's the question. If there is no one from South Carolina that has a relationship with those that are in charge of that party, at that body, at that time, who do we go to? And let me share with you why that is important, and I'll take my seat. Because of the bipartisan representation we've had in Congress, in fact, if you talk to the leaders of the University of South Carolina, they would tell you that they are grateful for the bipartisan representation. There's some things that have happened. $175 million federal grant to replace the I-95 bridge over Lake Marion. That request, that deed, was not done by a Republican congressperson. And I'm not here to call any names, but it was done by someone of the opposite party whose party was in control of Congress at that time. This person thought it was necessary to take the words of Lawrence Gressett and do what was best for his state. And as a result of that, he was able to secure $175 million for a bridge over Lake Marion. Also, $1.9 billion. Let me say this again, from the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which, by the way, and I'm not here to be partisan again, so I repeat this, not one Republican from South Carolina voted for it, not to my knowledge, maybe House members. I'm not sure what happened in the Senate. But that did not stop Congress. That did not stop the person who represented South Carolina, who happened to be a Democrat, for securing $1.9 billion worth of infrastructure funding in South Carolina. I sit on finance. Senator from Cherokee, thank you for the opportunity to chair a subcommittee that dealt with where this funding went. And we have infrastructure. We have broadband in areas of South Carolina here today because those funds were secured. The person who secured those funds, he didn't say, I only want them to go to Democratic areas. He didn't say that I only want to support the counties that are blue counties and not the counties that are red counties. He said, spread it out and allow it to grow the entire state of South Carolina, and he did. Another stat that you perhaps should hear, $480 million on top of the infrastructure money went for broadband expansion only. Guess when that was done? And guess who secured that? It was not secured by someone from the party that is there now. Again, no disrespect to that. I'm just giving you the facts. He was able, the congressman who happened to be a Democrat, secured those funds. Who did he secure those funds for? There's nowhere in that legislation, no testimony ever. I chaired the subcommittee. Not once did the congressman say, now I need you to make sure that you take care of my community first and your community second and all of the other communities of people who vote the way we did. That never happened. All that was said was do right by South Carolina. Another stat, nearly another $28 million secured by this same congressman for community projects funding in South Carolina. And it was done by someone whose party was in control of Congress at the time, not the current party that's in control of Congress, and he was able to secure those funds for South Carolina. If you ask the question of a relationship that works well for South Carolina, I would tell you that perhaps there is no better bipartisan team that works for their state any better than Senator Lindsey Graham, who's a Republican, and Congressman James Clyburn, who's a Democrat, because they both know that we have to do what is right for South Carolina. Let me leave you with this. If there are no Democrats, and the Democrats one day do take over the House of Representatives, who then is the go-to person? Who then advocates for South Carolina? If there are no Democrats, and one day, it may be a long time, Senator from Hatfield, you said you hope it may not never happen, may not be in my lifetime again. Listen, tomorrow I'm going to my granddaughter's graduation in Sandy Springs, Georgia, so I'll miss you guys tomorrow. And she's graduating. And I'm not even sure if it'll happen in her lifetime. Hope it will. Hope it happens in my lifetime. But it will happen because the words of the late Marion Gressett, the words of Lawrence Gressett are ringing true. Son, there's one thing you can count on. Nothing will stay the same. That there will be changes. And I'm not here to criticize. I'm not here to talk about any racial issues, any partisan issues. All I'm here to say, if we really do the right thing, if we really do the right thing, I leave you with the words that my father told me, his grandfather told him, and my great-grandfather, who was born in 1850 as a slave on a plantation in Richland County, told him. He said, son, sometimes some victories cost too much. So you're going to have to decide what is worth losing on. Because some victories that you may be able to achieve, this was passed down to 4 generations of my family. I've said it so often to my sons that they think I am about to go senile. In fact, my youngest son said, if you tell me that again, I'm going to have a welfare mental check for you, because you've said it over and over again, that there are some things that some victories cost too much. Last week, I took this well, and the longer I'm here, the less I come up here. Some of my younger members are going to learn that one day. I learned it the hard way, okay? And when I do come, I really come to share with you, and I shared with you these words. Sometimes you have to do a hard thing because it's the right thing. The question is, are we willing to do a hard thing because it is the right thing? I have faith in South Carolina. I have faith in this body. And I was told by one of my mentors on the Republican side, you often hear me quote Glenn McConnell. In fact, I've gotten in trouble, Senator from Berkeley, for talking about Glenn McConnell. One of my NAACP friend said to me the other day, if you get there again and mention Glenn McConnell, he says, I'm going to come and run against you myself, okay? But Glenn McConnell said something to me. He says, just remember the Senate is a special place because we deliberate, take our time, and we may not always agree, but when we disagree, we're never disagreeable. And sometimes we have to do the right thing, and it's a hard thing. I would venture to say that that African-American monument on the State House ground would not be here today if it had not been for Glenn McConnell and others. And some of you need to go back and read the history of how that happened and how we held up the Rural Development Act to amend that, to put it there. And Glenn McConnell said then, it's a hard thing, but it's the right thing. I hope this Senate never wavers from that. We don't mind doing the hard things, particularly if they are the right things. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator from Richland, Senator Jackson. Senator from Horry, Senator Rankin. What purpose do you rise, sir? You're recognized to be heard.
In a lighter note, I recognize that I am coming on the heels of not an orator, not a senator, but a fine preacher. Never would Senator Sabb say Rankin ever follow that. And on a light note, I rise just to offer a bit of context and history of what we're being asked to do. And perhaps this is a hard ask of us to do effectively on the fly what many of us have labored to do at least once before, if not twice before, if not 3 times before, serving in various roles in what we do, and that being the process of redistricting. Senator from Edgefield said it correctly, although I would dare say it's a 2.5-year effective process, that each 10 years by law, we have to reapportion to account for the people who've either moved into a state and moved into the various congressional districts apportioned by the federal government based on the population shifts, and then as a result, we here in our House and our Senate districts are commanded to do as well. And so that process, which my dear friend, my resident and gubernatorial candidate, my lieutenant governor presently sitting here, hello governor, and others today from beyond the law are effectively asking us to do what is not legally incumbent upon us to do, but that which is politically asked upon us to do. Ain't nothing wrong with politics, folks. We're all here as a result of being in the political arena. And no disrespect, but just as one candidate for governor as the others are all saying to do, and no disrespect to congressional candidates, whether serving now or not, are telling us to do, tweeting for us to do. I dare say if you were to have a conversation with anyone sitting in Congress, if you were to have that conversation, they would say, why on earth, South Carolina, would you do it unless it's politically expedient to do? Some don't like President Trump. Perhaps many don't. Many love President Trump. And no mistaking about it, the gubernatorial candidates, the congressional candidates, I dare say each of us here have sought after or presently seeking after the endorsement of President Trump, who is the most unique political figure in our modern day, perhaps ever, who can be prosecuted, vilified, rightly or wrongly, doesn't matter, but who is more resistant than the Teflon man himself in terms of present-day trials and tribulations. Our Christian brothers, many, believe him to be more than a man. Many believe that he is our modern-day Job being tested. The crucible of serving in that role, dare I say serving in the governor's role, is not for the faint of heart, and it ain't for me. And I bless you, Pamela Vett, for putting your name in the hat to rise to a higher level. But politics, folks, in our races, in our own races, not to tell you anything that you don't know, is about either popularity, your own, or those who endorse you, or your friends, or a higher leader, perhaps. And in this realm of what we are being asked to do, let's make no mistake about it, it is politics. It is not about the law. And what am I talking about? The law requires us, we did it in 20, we'll do it in 30, in anticipation of. Senator from Charleston and I and others have sat on those redistricting, I'll call them a world tour. We went to the far reaches of this great big world of South Carolina to hear from every affected would-be constituency that makes up our state. That, folks, is not for the faint of heart, unless you like traveling, unless you like listening, unless you like hearing canned testimony from some of the folks that appear at each of these public hearings. But there is something about that that is lacking right now, and that is the process of actually doing it and taking the time to do it because it is required by law to do. And so I'm not going to ask our judiciary staff, Paula Benson, who's been through a number of these, to hear the testimony. But it is a laborious thing with oodles and oodles and oodles of pages of testimony transcribed, all to either sincerely listen to people or to check the box. The box that we don't have here, folks, whether we decide that we insist upon it or not, is what is the process. And like a preacher I heard the other day, I want to get from here to there. And the Christian walk, Lord, just give me the answer. It ain't about the answer. This process is like the journey that we are all on in our lives to get from something to somewhere else, hopefully growing as we learn, or in the biblical context, the Christian context, tested with what we are facing. The journey from starting a redistricting process, the journey from publishing hearing dates, the journey from traveling across the state to hear folks builds a record. We then decide what our districts should look like. Is it subject to challenge? Can we avoid a challenge, whether, again, from a racial standpoint or a partisan standpoint? But that process, that journey, then comes here before House and Senate. We debate it. we create a record, we pass a bill, and then the courts get to see and hear testimony, sworn testimony, including those who drew the maps. And so what is lacking right here, right now, but perhaps if we adopt the sine die resolution, will be backfilled, and that being testimony under oath. Y'all have heard me say it before. I'm like the line from Missouri. Don't tell me, or don't show me, or rather, excuse me, don't tell me, thank you. The clerk's heard it so many times, he's trying to channel the line for me. Don't tell me, show me. And the show me here in the process is lacking because we don't have an accounting for at least 400,000 people that have moved in our state. I'd suggest Governor Vett, they live in Horry County. Most of all have come to Horry County. Now you're laughing. You want to be part of Horry, I know you do. Come on. But there are 400,000 people based on 80,000 annually, the growth rate in South Carolina, not my numbers, but the experts, 80,000 average folks per year coming to South Carolina. So on the map that we have submitted from DC, we know that 400,000 of those folks are unaccounted for. And that's not me trying to partisan this. This is me asking hard questions of the folks we charge, our cartographers, the lawyers who have to help us defend these cases once we know they will be challenged. We have folks that aren't accounted for because why? We haven't tested these. On the current map that we just got to see last week, we know by the quick analysis of not Republican or Democratic experts, but by our cartographers, those who are charged to draw our maps. Unlike the current plan that we're all running on, that yes, was blessed by both the U.S. Supreme Court and the South Carolina Supreme Court, there are 13 split precincts of all of ours based on what are called the VTDs. Effectively, that community of interest consideration, which I won't read you, but in every transcript you go back, you look to see, and I think it's Paula's voice who's been putting in the record the considerations of communities of interest, constituent consistency. And this one that I'm speaking to presently, minimizing divisions of county borders, minimizing divisions of cities and towns, and minimizing divisions of voting precinct boundaries based on the Census Bureau's voting tabulation districts. They call them VTDs. There are 40, if my math is correct, based on what I've asked, that until perhaps just today, at least one county split, one city split. And so maybe this is a perfect map. Maybe this will withstand constitutional muster. Maybe it will not be racially motivated. Maybe it will not be under the guise of what our Supreme Court will be asked to look at. Maybe it will not be purely partisan, gerrymandered. And maybe it will withstand all this. But what I'm suggesting to us today, respectfully, we don't know. And we have no record. We have no testimony. We have no process by which any one of us could go home and say to your significant other, your voters, here's what the record shows, guys. Here's what the record shows. Here's where the growth is. And so the current map, based on our old numbers of 731,000, I think was the congressional number. Actually, it's lower. But they will admit to you, if you put anyone under oath right now, it's much greater than the 700 and some odd thousand that they claim are now in those districts. The point here being is I'm kind of talking about the process with eyes glassed over, most of you, because you do know it, and I pick lovingly at you, but the people who are demanding that we do this and do it now maybe aren't aware of that process. And maybe they don't know that every 10 years we have to do this. And maybe they don't know that we're going to be gearing up to do this in the next few years. And so whether the politics is motivating this, and hey, I don't know that there's any other explanation for it, and perhaps that's a good thing. And this is not Luke, the former Democrat, speaking, or Luke, the Republican, speaking. It's the facts, and we don't know. And so the question that you have for me, that I have, is how do I say that I've asked the hard questions, that I've put the experts to the test, that I've spoken to our lawyers, who will frankly tell you there is no time for the Senate Judiciary Committee to fill in the blank of the process. There is no time for us to do what we're being asked to do. And maybe that's fine. Senator Jackson, the more things change, the more, I'm messing these up. You get it. Y'all, thank you, Amen Choir. And doing to others too, I got that one down. But things are different, perhaps, and this time is different. And maybe this is the time for this day, for this cause. This warrants us doing this. But for folks at home, be aware, what you think you're getting may not be what you get. And I'm not talking about the political. I'm talking about the district that you think you're getting that now allows you to vote for the next congressman or reelecting the other new congressman, Senator Clymer. This is different in that you don't have a record. And finally, to one point, and again, forgive me, slight bit, no disrespect, but we have, not present company included, but we have other candidates for governor right now, other candidates, sitting members of Congress right now, who have weighed in on this topic. Amicus brief filed in the Alabama case, Alabama amicus, I should say, with 15 other states, including one candidate, joined by 1, 2, 3, 4 incumbent congressmen, I should say 5, and one other who happens to be also running for governor, who have taken issue with South Carolina's district court's decision and effectively preached this message, and it's in the record, about what we did that was tested here. Incumbents, particularly ones who are long-serving, generally have seniority in the House, U.S. House of Representatives, serve in leadership positions or hold senior positions on key committees. For example, a current representative, it would be Senator or Representative Clyburn, has served in the House from 1993 and has held senior leadership positions and is currently serving as Assistant Democratic Leader. Representatives Mace, Representative and gubernatorial candidate Norman, and gubernatorial candidate, current AG Alan Wilson. We now have a little something different to talk about. And you've heard it, you know it. I hope to do this line justice, but consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds. And so, perhaps to be consistent with the words of those who have put it in the briefs, it's a public document. Perhaps we should be consistent and follow what they're saying. Or perhaps, as Julius Murray, the famous cousin from the former Senator Kay Patterson, used to say, perhaps this is different. I don't speak to you from the political hat. Some would say I don't wear that hat very well. But I do speak to you from perhaps somewhat of a lawyer's mind. You've got the education, perhaps you use it, or you don't want to. But perhaps from the common man's standpoint, whether you're from Missouri or from South Carolina, don't tell me, but show me. And either we will put to the test of the light of day with sworn testimony, folks who will be judged by you as credible or incredible, who will all have some partisan bent, no less, but to help you put your head on your pillow at night knowing I didn't do the wrong thing for the wrong reasons. This map might be the best map, but you won't know it until you've asked the hard questions, at which point you will put your head on the pillow that night saying, I did the right thing for the right reason. And without facts, folks, not hyperbole, without tweets, how are we going to know? And so my charge as one elected to do right is to demand the proof. And I will demand the process. And I believe that as the committee chair, we owe the people of South Carolina, we owe the people that we represent, not just being told, but being shown. And my hope would be that at the end of this process, not months and months long, because I don't want to do a redistricting 3.0, but we need to ask the questions and see whether it passes a straight face test. I had a conversation over the weekend. Do I relish the idea of having public hearings across the state over congressional-only maps? Oh, not no, but. And so we will do this, but if we have to do that, we will. But I think without a doubt what is lacking as we stand here today, and perhaps it can be filled in, and I hope that we can, is a record that allows each of us comfort and allows each of us to, in the biblical fashion, not only to do justly, but love mercy and walk humbly with our God. And the more important, but in this context, the former being preeminent. And that's to do justly. Thank you, Mr. President.
We have amendments on the desk. Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise? You're recognized, sir. Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think y'all won't be surprised that what I want to lead off with is James Madison in the Federalist Paper 51, in which he explains why the framers created the federal government and structured it the way it did. And they got it right. Because what the framers did and their vision was to diffuse political power and not concentrate it. They had experience from England and from Greece and from Athens. They realized that human beings needed to be governed, but because they needed restraint. We are made in God's image and capable of great good, but also capable of great evil. And so what do you do with a creature like that? You got to create laws and institutions that promote the good and restrain the evil. And that's exactly what the framers did in the Constitution, because the number one principle that they adhered to was to diffuse political power, not concentrate it. They knew that concentrated political power would ultimately be abused. They had learned that through the lessons of history, and they got it right. They got it better than any other nation on earth in the manner in which they structured our Constitution, premised upon the reality of human nature. And I think Federalist 51 is the Federalist paper that most clearly articulates this. I'll read it in part. They said, ambition must be made to counteract ambition. It may be a reflection on human nature that all such devices should be necessary to control the abuses of government. But what is government itself but the greatest of all reflections on human nature? If men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls of government would be necessary. In framing a government which is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this. You must first enable the government to control the governed, and in the next place, oblige government to control itself. And that, men and women of the Senate, is what the framers used, that device of separation of powers, to make sure that power was not abused, that it was diffused, and therefore no one branch of government or no one level of government would be able to accumulate too much power because the other branches had means to keep it in check. What are those means? First, it's federalism. And we play a big role in the Federalist architecture. Federalism is where you provide political power is invested at certain levels of government and not in others. It's how we came up with, the framers came up with both a federal and a state system. That's federalism. Under federalism, we, the state legislature, has authority to operate elections. It's called the Elections Clause. The time, place, and manner of elections are vested with us in the U.S. Constitution. That's why we do redistricting. That's why we pass laws about whether early voting, we control over when early voting can happen, who can return a absentee ballot for someone else. All of these laws occur, and they're adopted by the 50 states. And we also have separation of powers, another diffusion of power at both the state and the federal level. We diffuse that power between the legislative branch and the judicial branch and the executive branch. And we further diffuse power among the legislative branch in almost every state in the country. I think Nebraska excluded, and maybe one other. You further diffuse the legislative power among the two branches, or the two chambers of the Senate and of the House, because the framers felt like that they needed, the legislative branch needed extra, they thought we were problem children, I guess, or needed remedial provision, which you separate the power between the House and the Senate. And so the elections and how we conduct elections is largely up to us. Now, Congress has issued legislation in that area, but by and large, it's up to us. And I think that's really important because we are getting asked from the federal government, not the state government, and the executive branch, not the legislative branch, to adopt a reapportionment plan in a matter of days. And I was very involved in the reapportionment plan that we adopted and have been working under for the last several years, since 2022, I think it is. I was very involved in that. I was a witness at the trial. That went all the way to the United States Supreme Court, and we won. And that whole process took from January 26th of 2022 to May in 2024. It took that amount of time to both craft that bill, get it passed into law, and defend it in federal court. And we're being asked to do this in a matter of days. That's really not possible to do something like this accurately in a matter of days. And we had the senator from Horry had already indicated untold numbers of meetings around the state, getting input. This is how you put together a congressional plan. Getting input from citizens around the state, communities of interest, of how they think that the maps should be drawn. And yet we're being asked to do this in just a matter of days. And this is what's happened elsewhere in the country. California enacted a map, but they produced that map 285 days before the primaries. We're not 285 days away from our primaries. Florida, their map, 160 days before the primaries. Missouri, 310 days before the primaries. North Carolina, 132 days. Ohio, 186 days. Tennessee, 91 days. Texas, 186 days. Utah, 260 days. South Carolina, 14 days. 14 days before early voting starts. In-person early voting. 14 days. It's almost impossible for us to even pull this off. Not without a tremendous amount of error being added in. And what if we do? What if we do pull it off? What do we have? Those who crafted this map had no interest whatsoever, could care less about our communities of interest. Care less. Senator from York, that's how you end up with York County and Williamsburg County, Senator from Williamsburg, being in the same congressional district. I don't know how many miles that is, but it's 120 or something like that, miles long. Oconee County, right there up in the mountains. Oconee County runs all the way into Richland County. Charleston County is my home county is really, I'm really concerned about its map. It runs from, on the coast from the border with North Carolina, and then just pretty much very low population areas along the coast and up into downtown Charleston and the Neck area. And no offense, Senator from Horry, but I think you would acknowledge we have a lot of different communities of interest. I mean, this accents is one of them. Yeah, no one has a Charleston accent unless they live there, born there. But very, very different. And you can criticize this map in many other ways, but it is a map that has not had any input from the citizens of South Carolina. It has not had any input from the House of Representatives, no input from the South Carolina Senate. It's just handed down from above. And we spent copious amounts of time traveling the state, getting input from citizens about the maps. And we made significant changes from the original map in the process of receiving that information. We took it to heart. And so, if this map is adopted, there will be no end to the questions and complaints that we all will hear, because it was drawn by people who have no concept of the communities of interest around this state and what county feels connected with another county. What concerns are the same concerns, county to county. And of course, these precincts, there's a lot of split precincts. You can't really even know what the potential outcome of an election run on the basis of this map. It'd be hard to discern what it is. But I do know this: even if we do adopt this and we pass it, I think our state Supreme Court would strike it down. And you look at, and I'm looking at the concurring opinion of Judge Kittredge, League of Women Voters of South Carolina versus our congressional map. We won in the U.S. Supreme Court. We won in the state Supreme Court. This is the South Carolina State Supreme Court opinion. It was handed down not too long ago in June 24th, 2025. This is in Kittredge's, Judge Kittredge and Judge Hill in their concurring opinion. I do not, however, read the court's decision as creating a categorical rule that all future claims of excessive partisan gerrymandering are beyond judicial review. They concluded it was beyond their review, because this map was beyond their review. But this is Justice Kittredge, the Chief Justice, saying, I do not, however, read the court's decision as creating a categorical rule that all future claims of excessive partisan gerrymandering are beyond judicial review. I construe today's decision as cautious judicial deference, not indifference, meaning they're watching us. It remains conceivable that a future challenge may bring more fully developed constitutional violations with a discernible nexus to manageable judicial standards, thereby warranting judicial intervention. This is the Chief Justice saying, you go too far, you're going to get some intervention from us at the state Supreme Court level. And in his footnote, in the footnote to this section, Judge Kittredge and Hill say, to its credit, the South Carolina legislature has drawn our congressional district lines, the current ones we have, the ones that those from outside of this state are trying to get us to adopt. To its credit, South Carolina's legislature has drawn our congressional district lines to virtually ensure the current minority political party has representation in Congress, unlike some other states. And so this map will undo the premise of that footnote. And I think it's very likely that we will end up in federal court. We will also end up in state court as well, because Judge Kittredge and Hill have given us that forewarning, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson. We have amendments on the desk. I ask the reading clerk to publish the first amendment.
Amendment number 2 by Senator Johnson amends a concurrent resolution by striking subsection B, item 8, and inserts.
Senator from York, Senator Johnson, what purpose do you rise, sir?
To explain the amendment?
You're recognized on your amendment, sir. Senator from York, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, changing 2 lines. That's it. I'm simply saying that if we're going to be able to consider redistricting congressional lines, we should consider redrawing Senate and South Carolina House lines. I don't think anyone, based on Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court decisions, can make an argument that our congressional lines are on their face unconstitutional. If we are going to open this up, let's look at them all. Mr. President, move for adoption.
And Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise?
Senator, yield for a question.
I will.
Senator yields for a question.
But Senator, are you going to give it more of a look than we've given the congressional plan, or is it just a weekend's look?
I would hope that we would give it the full look, and we would take an in-depth look at these lines.
Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, what purpose do you rise?
I thought the senator was finished.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator will yield for a question.
Senator, yield for a question.
I will.
Senator, yields for a question.
So, Senator, just want to make sure I understand your intention. What it sounds like you're saying by this amendment is that if we should look at congressional redistricting to make sure the districts are constitutional, and as a result of this Supreme Court ruling, that it's only consistent and logical to look at the other races that are about to be voted on for the same purpose. Is that?
I think you and I would
gist
agree
of it?
on that. Yes, Senator.
So, I guess further, Senator, the underlying concern there is that perhaps, as has been referenced, there might be some legal challenge to the idea of redrawing congressional districts a month away from an election if the same reasoning behind doing that does not also apply to other elections that are close at hand. That could lead to legal issues in court. I mean, is that kind of part of what you might be thinking?
Senator from Anderson, I'm a lawyer, but I try to stay out of the Constitution as much as I can and out of courtrooms. I will tell you this. This doesn't say shall. This doesn't make us take it up. Doesn't require that we take it up. Doesn't require that the House take it up. Gives us the opportunity to take this up. And if we are going to possibly take the opportunity to take congressional up, well, while we're out asking people, because I've just been told, Senator Maury, I heard him say we're going to do this thoroughly. Well, then let's do it thoroughly. Let's look at Senate districts. Let's look at State House districts, and let's make sure that we're doing this the correct way. Now, again, it's not required. There's no shall. There's no have to. It's just this is another option on the plate in the resolution.
Well, Senator, isn't it true that it's not a shall line of thought applies to the whole issue at hand, that the sine die resolution allows us to come back after Thursday and vote on a redistricting plan, but it doesn't specify what the outcome of that vote would be. Am I understanding it correctly?
Correct. I think you are. I think certainly what the sine die resolution does allows us to come back at the discretion of the president or the speaker as opposed to being pulled back if we didn't have one.
So you're simply enlarging the subject matter that could be taken up, but it does not require that we would postpone all elections and proceed for redistricting all of the state districts, but that just becomes a part of what's encompassed in the resolution, that it should be considered, and we may end up doing all of it or none of it at the end of the day. Is that kind of what you're thinking?
I do, and I will say that it would be, to me, whatever we do, however this vote goes, whatever we decide, however we're going to do this, we should certainly try to keep all of these elections together. We should keep our House, our statewide offices, and our congressional elections together. And we should do them as quickly as we can, but they should certainly be together. Of course, can't have that option if you're not willing to look at some things. So I'm just trying to give us some options of what we could possibly do.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator from Sumter, what purpose do you raise?
Thank you, Mr. President. See if the Senator yield for a couple questions.
I will.
Senator, yield for questions. Senator, yields for questions.
Thank you, Senator. Did you know that I share your opinion on this?
Well, I appreciate that, Senator. It's good
Yes,
to hear.
sir. So what I've seen over the weekend, and tell me if you would agree with me, what I've seen over the weekend is a large push from a lot of folks to take up something, take up redistricting, take up a sine die amendment, really with not a lot of evidence or motivation behind it being the process. And so as the Senator from Ori spoke so greatly about process, I agree with that. And so what I believe this amendment, and correct me if I'm wrong, please clarify where I misspeak, this amendment is basically a double dog dare, a triple dog dare amendment. If folks are are clamoring inauthentically because of political pressures, then this should hold their feet to the fire, shouldn't it, Senator?
And Senator, I'm not sure I'm double dog daring anybody to do anything. I'm simply saying, look, if we're going to open it up, let's look at it. Let's have the opportunity to poke under the hood if we're going to do this. Let's be honest about what we're doing, and let's take this. Let's have a long, hard look at it. I'm not daring anybody to do anything. I am simply asking for the opportunity for us to think about it, because that's all this resolution does. It gives us the opportunity to think about other issues and pass something on those. So that's all I'm looking for.
I agree.
Senator.
Well, I have looked at the numbers this weekend, and this map, although the map in question, actually, to be honest, and contrary to some other folks talking about communities of interest and counties voting in sort of clusters and everything, what this map actually, the proposed map, in my assessment, actually benefits my constituency in Sumter and Clarendon counties, and here's why. Because right now, we're on the very tail end. Sumter is on the very tail end of the 5th Congressional District.
How lucky you are to be in the 5th, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Well, until tomorrow, hopefully, because I think, for speaking on behalf of Sumterites, we're not real happy about the 5th Congressional District, and here's why. Much of what our representation has been over the last decade has been more obstruction, bloviation, really do-nothing antics in my mind. And what this, coming from further up and north in the state, what this does, this map, and I'm of course not committed to any map, what it does is decouples Sumter in the Midlands from the population centers up in Kershaw, Lancaster, the rest. So that gives us, and what this new map could do is give Sumter the ability to position itself as one of the population centers in it, giving us better representation as far as I'm concerned. So my question to you, sir, back to my original question, and not try to be flippant or funny about it, but I believe there's a lot of people who supporting this for political reasons. I believe there are a lot of folks who would support this and or oppose this for very legitimate reasons. I support this because I want the best representation for my constituency as I can get. So I would say what I appreciate this amendment, what I believe it does, is it puts those people who are not real strong on this issue on record to say, if you're going to be here to make the hard decisions in South Carolina Senate, you're going to make them, and you're not going to hide behind something. So, Mr. President, if that's okay, I would like to ask for a unanimous consent.
State your request, sir.
To be added as a co-sponsor to this amendment.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the senator from Sumter, Senator Zell, to be added as a co-sponsor? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator from Georgetown, Senator Goldfinch, what purpose do you rise, sir?
If Senator yield for a question.
Senator yield for question. Senator yields for question.
Senator, you're only touching House and Senate seats, is that right? I was just taking a look at your amendment.
That is, those are the ones with districts, yes, sir.
Yeah. But the net effect of that would be to move those elections until those maps are done, right?
Well, that's going to come this is a vote to allow us to talk about it.
Why not?
Whether today, the vote on the Sine Die resolution is a vote on whether we can even discuss this after Thursday.
Right.
So I'm not saying that we're going to tie them together or not tie them together. I'm not saying that we're actually going to do any of this. I'm saying I'd like the opportunity to discuss this after 5 o'clock on Thursday.
I got it, but if we discuss it, we come to the conclusion they're unconstitutional, which I suspect we will, we have to then postpone those elections, right?
And Senator, I don't have an opinion on one way or the other whether they're constitutional. What I'm going to say is that I'd like the opportunity to talk about it. If we choose to talk about it and we choose to redraw those maps, then certainly they would be delayed. And how long they would be delayed and what that would look like is going to be up to this body and the body across the hall. And so but I'd like to have the opportunity to have the discussion.
And just for clarity, I don't think there's anything, I don't know of anything wrong with the South Carolina Senate seats, and you don't either, right?
I'm not aware of anything, no, sir.
But the South Carolina House seat certainly, we think, may have some problems.
Well, again, I'm not a constitutional lawyer, but I'll leave that for others. But I'd like to have the opportunity for us to investigate it after Thursday at 5 o'clock. If we're going to pass this, let's look at it.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Kimbrell, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, see if the senator would yield for a question.
I will.
Senator yield for question. Senator yields. for a question.
Senator, just listening to your explanation and reading through the amendment, I know we've had some conversations about it. Would the notion be, I mean, as we've heard today, we've had a lot of arguments for or against doing redistricting. I mean, I think in light of the national scene, I understand what we're trying to achieve congressionally. Would you say that reopening the legislative maps provides some constitutional cover in the event? The argument out of Louisiana was it was Section 2 districts they were worried about. We've already said we don't have Section 2 districts here. I understand the political argument, and I'm supportive of trying to, well, frankly, get as many Republican seats as we could. But at the same time, if you open up now the legislative seats, particularly the House, if we have to make the argument that, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when we did redistricting, the notion was, well, it's not gerrymandered on racial basis. We don't have a minority district in the state now. And so if we have to go say, well, we're reopening reapportionment or districts on congressional, but we don't really have a Section 2 problem. If you tie in the South Carolina House, do you think that helps us to make the argument over redistricting in its entirety?
I think that the poor lawyers we're going to send to defend this in court might struggle with their prior arguments being used against them when they go to court in a few months. I think by us taking a broader look and examining both the House and the Senate lines through a process that would need to be gone through, that we might be able to better answer those questions when the justices of our Supreme Court are asking them.
And that's kind of what I was getting at, Senator. So ultimately, I mean, of course, in the prior arguments before the court, we're saying these aren't racially gerrymandered districts. There's no Section 2 here on the congressional. But if we tie in what you're trying to do and open up the House and the Senate, you probably have a better chance of making that overarching argument if we redo the 7 congressional districts, right?
I would agree with you, Senator.
Then you're not stretching credulity or trying to, if you have 124 House members and all 124 seats are up, you're having to look at those lines. There may be some problems there, so we're not having to go reverse logic prior to still be able to redistrict Congress.
I'm with you, Senator.
I appreciate it, Senator. Thank you.
Senator from Chester, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See if Senator will yield for a few questions.
Senator yields for questions. Senator yields for questions.
Senator, you're from northern York County, correct?
As I like to call it, the better part of York. Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Well, some people might differ in that opinion, being from the southern portion.
You are definitely from below the river, Senator. I agree with you.
And so, yep. And so you mentioned the word that I, quite frankly, was going to ask you about. I-77 in this new proposed map, or at least the one that we've seen, seems to be the dividing line in York County. Is that your understanding?
The map that is the only public map currently shows I-77 dividing York County. Yes, sir, Senator.
And so practically speaking, I live on the western side of I-77, about 2.5 miles off of exit 73. Were you aware?
I do know where you live, Senator, yes.
Did you know that I go to church on the eastern side of I-77 by about 2.5 miles the other direction?
Now that I didn't know, Senator.
So there's definitely the river is a real divide. I will say that, both east and west and north and south when it comes to groups of people. Would you agree with that?
I would. York County is a unique place, but the river certainly is a dividing line.
In fact, a lot of people believe that north of the river, whether it's T.K. or Fort Mill or even Indian Land.
Be careful, Senator. That's going to be my district we're talking about.
That's right. But a lot of people kind of, correlate that as South Charlotte, almost.
Those of us who live there don't call it South Charlotte, but it is certainly an urban area with all of the comforts and traffic that an urban area has. So.
But Catawba and Leslie and that region is nothing like Indian Land or T.K. or Fort Mill. Would you agree
it is
with
a
that?
different area. The western part of York County, certainly the southern part of York County is certainly rural agriculture, smaller towns. It takes you 45 minutes to get to the grocery store because it's 45 minutes away. It takes me 45 minutes to get to the grocery store because it's 1.5 miles away. So I'm with you, Senator.
All right. So, but you do, in the grand scheme of things, you think if we're going to go through this process, in regards to our congressional districts and pointing out the things that you and I just talked about that you believe is necessary, that we definitely look at the things that might be more problematic, like the state Senate and state House seats.
Senator, I just think we ought to have an opportunity to take a look at it. I'm not against redrawing congressional lines. I may have issues with the map as it's currently drawn, but I don't have a problem with taking a look at congressional lines. I also don't have a problem with looking at our lines, state House lines, state Senate lines, and making sure that we're in compliance. If we're very focused on making sure that Congress is constitutional, which it is, then let's make sure we are as well.
But this redrawing has nothing to do with constitutionality in regards to the congressional districts, correct?
That is what I hear, Senator. That's what I hear.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Senator from Lancaster, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See if the senator will yield for questions.
Senator, yield for questions.
I will.
Senator, yield for questions.
Senator, just a quick question. If we were to look at our lines and the House lines on statewide level, how much time are we talking about even getting to the point of forming a committee? How many times would they meet? How do you anticipate that even going forward? How long would it take?
Senator, I'll be very honest. I'm not sure how long it would take. I wasn't intimately involved in the last time we redrew lines. I was a freshman. They just told me what my lines were going to be. I was number 44. I showed up in a map room. They said, this is all that's left, and that's what I had. I will say this, though, Senator. I would hope we would take the exact amount of time that we're willing to take to draw our lines, to draw congressional lines. I think they're equally as important. And so therefore, I think we ought to have that opportunity. If you don't, and I'm not saying if you don't think they're important, you won't vote for the amendment, but it's equally as important to me that if we're going to open one, let's have the opportunity, and maybe we won't. Maybe we'll just decide, hey, we've looked at this, we'll just do the congressional lines and we'll move on. But I think we ought to be able to have the discussion and start, and after Thursday at 5 o'clock, if this isn't in the sine die, you're never going to have that discussion. You're never going to have that opportunity. So I can't tell you the exact timeline, Senator, but I can tell you I think they're both equally important and they should be looked at.
Thank you.
Pending question is adoption of the amendment. Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Want to be heard?
You're recognized on the amendment. Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms.
Have y'all seen this map? My gosh, it's crazy. It absolutely connects downtown Charleston with the state capitol. Is that crazy? It connects the Atlantic Ocean in Jasper County with the city of Sumter. It connects the Sun City down there, Groen, in Jasper County. It connects it with Lake City in Florence County. That's a crazy map. Who on earth would propose something like that? You know who did? We did. We voted for that map. That's the current map. I get folks up here, I heard them talking about communities of interest needing to stick together. That's the map right now. That's the 6th district right now. It does look like I don't know, like an amoeba or something, but it's better than what it was before. But it's still crazy looking. I'm from Berkeley County, and the president pro tem at one time was Rembert Dennis up there. In 1984, he held the podium right here for about 3 days under a reapportionment fight, trying to keep the county from being split, because he knew if the county ever got split, we would lose some political clout in Berkeley County. You know what happened? He lost his fight. Berkeley County was split, and then it was split again. Then it was split again. I was in a marginalized part of the county where we hardly got any congressional representation. But when I got elected to the Senate, I made it my mission to try to put the county back together again. And over the last 25 years, I've now been able to put Berkeley County wholly within a congressional district where we can have a greater say-so than what we had before. I've looked at these maps. You can look at them side by side. If you want to talk about compactness, talk about communities of interest, the map that the House has put forward, House Bill 5683, I think it's a pretty good map. I think it's a really good map for those along the coast. And I've heard some folks, and I've got some folks already saying, well, that's crazy to put Myrtle Beach and Charleston together, put Myrtle Beach and Mount Pleasant together. Well, from 1992 to 2012, they were together. And you know who the congressmen were? Senator Arthur Ravenel, at that time Congressman Arthur Ravenel. Then it was Congressman Mark Sanford. Then it was Congressman Henry Brown. Then it was Congressman Tim Scott. All four of those from the Charleston region, all four of those representing the coastal area of South Carolina, from Mount Pleasant all the way to the Little River in Horry County. It was a good district then. It would be a good district if they were put together again. Members, we have before us a sine die resolution. What happens if we have no sine die resolution? What happens on Thursday at 5 o'clock when someone makes a point of order that the Senate session has come to an end? 5 o'clock, point of order. That's it. Session's done. All business is over with, and we go home. You know what? We hadn't passed a budget yet. Conferees, I don't think they started working yet. This state can't operate without a budget, and we all know that. Which means if no other reason at all, the governor's calling us back into special session. The governor calls us back into special session. He'll name the date. We lose control of the date. But right now, we don't even know what the date would be on this sine die resolution. At a time that the president and a time that the speaker believes it's in the best interest for us to return. That's when we come back. So right now, it's an unknown date, whether the governor calls us back or whether President Alexander calls us back. But what happens is we come back, and all matters are under consideration, absent of a sine die resolution. But I would rather control things a little bit more. I'd rather have a sine die resolution that controls what we can discuss when we come back. And the House has amended our sine die resolution and sent it over here to us. That's what we're considering. Now we're considering adding an amendment, and we have another amendment coming up after this one. If there's any changes to the sine die resolution that we're now discussing, it has to go back to the House for further discussions. And they may amend further, send it back. I don't know, we're running out of time. So the question is, do we want to include congressional reapportionment and the election calendar? If that's what we want to do, then we vote no on this amendment. We vote no on the next amendment. We vote down all the amendments, and then we vote on the sine die resolution. But if you don't like the sine die resolution, or if you don't like things that are in it, if we don't have one, we're coming back anyway. And I imagine that reapportionment will be taken up. The House is moving on this rather quickly, and for no other reason. I like the way the House bill has these maps laid out. I think it is good for at least my part of the state. I can't speak for the rest of you. The senator from Sumter a minute ago was talking about how he likes this map that doesn't split Sumter all up, that they would have a greater say-so and a little bit of more political strength when it comes to voting to be able to get the attention that they need.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See if the Senator from Berkeley would yield for questions.
Senator yield for questions.
Senator yields.
Senator yields for questions.
Senator, you brought up a good point, and I know I'm a co-sponsor on this bill because, or the concurrent resolution, excuse me, because we need to control our own destiny. Are you aware we've been in situations before where we've had a governor call us back in and then anything's on the table? Then you've got to agree to it. You're not focused. It's my understanding that I believe you made clear that this is focused on 2026 congressional redistricting is the addition to the sine die.
That's it, only.
Now, if we pass this sine die resolution clean, it doesn't really go back to the House. It's a Senate bill, it goes right to be adopted, correct?
The House made changes, so it would require a two-thirds vote for that change they made.
Just saying, if we took a 2/3 vote in the Senate without changing, it's done.
That's correct.
If we make any amendments to this sine die right now, we're setting it up for a ping pong, correct? We could be working on sine die back and forth, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, 5.0, until we get to sine die and it's over. So are you aware that if we're going to do this and have an actual sine die resolution, we need to pass the sine die resolution that was amended for one thing? Are you aware of that?
That's my belief, and that's what I'm urging this body to do. So based on that, I move the table.
Motion is to table the amendment. Roll call is requested. The 5 members second that call. Senator from Williamsburg, what purpose do you ask?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, and let me just say that I appreciate the discussion that we've had on the Senate floor. I'd like to hearken back to a comment that was made by the majority leader as it relates to procedurally where we are. Mr. President, it was
So we have an amendment, and we have another amendment that will come after this amendment.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. But my parliamentary inquiry would be, it was my understanding based on the comments that were made earlier that if we were to vote in favor of the last resolution, strike that, the last amendment, that we would not vote on the sine die resolution. My parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President, is we've got 2 amendments before us. The question would be, if we vote favorably on either one of the amendments that's before us, would we then be precluded from voting on the sine die resolution?
If you adopt an amendment, then there's not another vote.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes. We have the motion to table. More than 5 has seconded that motion. Clerk has rung the bell, is ringing the bell. Reading clerk will call the roll on the motion to table the amendment.
Mr. Adams? Aye. Mr. Alexander? Aye. Mr. Allen? Aye. Mr. Bennett? No. Mr. Blackman? Votes no. Mr. Bright? Not voting. Mr. Campson? Mr. Campson not voting. Mr. Cash? No. Mr. Chaplin? Votes aye. Mr. Clymer? Aye. Mr. Corbin? Aye. Mr. Cromer? No. Mr. Davis? Aye. Mrs. Devine? Aye. Mr. Elliott? No. Mr. Fernandez? Not voting. Mr. Gambrell? Aye. Mr. Garrett? Aye. Mr. Goldfinch? Aye. Mr. Graham? Aye. Mr. Grooms? Aye. Mr. Hembry? No. Mr. Hutto? Aye. Mr. Jackson? Aye. Mr. Johnson? No. Mr. Kennedy? Not voting. Mr. Kimbrell? Aye. Mr. Lieber? Not voting. Mr. Martin? Aye. Mr. Massey? No. Mrs. Matthews? Votes aye. Mr. Ott? Not voting. Mr. Peeler? Aye. Mr. Rankin? No. Mr. Rickenbaugh? Aye. Mr. Rice? Aye. Mr. Sabb? Aye. Mr. Stubbs? No. Mr. Sutton? Aye. Mr. Tedder? Votes aye. Mr. Turner? Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Verdon? Aye. Mr. Walker? Aye. Mr. Williams? Aye. Mr. Young? Aye. Mr. Zell? No.
Have all senators voted? Senator Davis votes no. Senator Campson votes no. Senator Ott votes aye. Aye, correct? Senator Kennedy votes no. Senator Lieber votes no. Senator Bright votes aye. Senator Fernandez votes aye. Further members wishing to cast your vote? Final call. Polls are closed and the clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 31 to 15, the amendment is tabled. We have an additional amendment.
Next amendment, amendment number 3 by Senator Cash, amends the concurrent resolution in subsection B by adding an appropriate numbered item to read.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Speak on the amendment.
Recognized on the amendment. Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash. Senator from Anderson, Senator
Thank you,
Cash.
Mr. President. All right. So we're here today to vote on the sine die resolution, which tells us what matters we can come back to work on after the session formally ends at 5 o'clock on Thursday. And this amendment before you would allow us to return to take up S 1095 and to take up H 4760, both of which are pro-life bills. 4760 is a bill that has passed the House. S 1095 is a bill that has passed the full Medical Affairs Committee. Both of these bills are currently on our calendar in a contested status. So you might be wondering why I am offering this amendment, why it's relevant, and that's a fair question. I would say on the one hand, it's obviously not relevant if we're just talking about redistricting. The killing of unborn children and redistricting are very dissimilar subjects. However, it is relevant to the sine die resolution itself, because the sine die resolution speaks to unfinished business. Sine die resolution speaks to important business, to urgent business. I mean, that's why we're talking about redistricting. It's urgent. We've got to postpone elections that are a month away because this is urgent. It's important. It potentially could affect who controls the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. That's why we have an amendment, because it's important, it's urgent. So I would submit to you that importance and urgency are in the eye of the beholder. In 2024,
our state recorded 3,025 abortions. Those were the reported abortions. They don't include babies that were killed by people taking abortion pills that were ordered from out of state or from overseas. 3,025 that we know of in 2024. Soon we'll know how many there were in 2025. If you add in the unreported abortions, perhaps we're talking about 5,000 real human lives in 2024. Another 5,000 in 2025, and another 5,000 that are happening right now, day by day. If you believe that it is in fact a human being, an unborn child that's developing in the womb, if you believe that the government has a fundamental duty to protect innocent human life, then I simply can't see how there could be something that's more important and more urgent than addressing that. We are days away from the end of a 2-year legislative cycle. And we have yet to put a pro-life bill on the floor of the South Carolina Senate after 2 years. So let me mention another reason why I think that this amendment is relevant to the sine die, and that's this. It wasn't that long ago that we actually included the pro-life issue in the sine die resolution. For those of you who were here, it was 2022. The circumstance in 2022 was we thought that the Supreme Court was going to release its ruling, and in case the ruling somehow overturned Roe v. Wade, the General Assembly wanted to be able to come back and take up legislation that would be a response to the overturning of Roe v. Wade. I know this sounds like ancient history, 2022, but here's the sine die resolution from 2022. It's pretty extensive, about 5 pages. And one of these points says that we can come back for the introduction, receipt, and consideration of legislation in response to a decision of the United States Supreme Court in the case of Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization. That was in our sine die resolution, and that's the only reason we were able to come back in 2022 and take up what became known as the Human Life Protection Act. And so we came back in 2022. We had a bill, the Human Life Protection Act. And if you were here, you know we returned in the Senate in September, in October, and in November, and we failed on all 3 accounts to pass that bill, with 6 Republicans joining with the Democrats to frustrate the passage of the Human Life Protection Act. So why do I mention that? Because we have unfinished business. We were 2 votes short of cloturing filibuster in 2022 that would have allowed the passage of the Human Life Protection Act. We were 2 votes short. So let's roll forward just a minute into 2023. The membership of the chambers did not differ any in 2023, and so in 2023 we failed again to pass the Human Life Protection Act, but we did succeed in passing the second version of the heartbeat bill which is the current law governing abortion in South Carolina. And then when we move forward in 2024, there were several changes to this body as a result of the primaries, and there were an additional number of changes as a result of the general elections in 2024. And I can't remember how many of y'all are brand new, but it's like 9 or 13 members, I believe, 9 Republicans, 13 altogether out of this body of 46 who have joined us since 2024.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, what purpose do you raise?
Will the senator yield for a question?
Senator Yields.
Senator Yields for a question.
Senator, were you aware that if you're able to get this amendment on here, this will go back to the House, and were you aware that they'll either basically concur with what we've done because it's a Senate bill? So it's a very simple process if this amendment goes on for them to concur over there and it to be done, and then an opportunity for these children at least have a glimmer of hope. Were you aware?
I appreciate you mentioning that, Senator, because the sine die is a very important resolution, and we all know that as soon as we do something over here, it's going across the hall immediately.
And Senator, were you aware that they passed legislation over there, and were you aware that in the House this year they have an election coming up in a month? Were you aware of that, or in just a few weeks?
Well, I appreciate that. The election ramifications, I don't think, are lost on any of us. But to add to that, Senator, the House has passed the pro-life bill. I don't know why, if we sent them an amendment including pro-life legislation, I don't know why they would have any issue with that. The problem is not in the House. The problem is in the Senate.
Well, Senator, were you aware that I firmly believe that if we send this on there, it'll be concurred with, as far as from a time standpoint, as fast as we've seen anything done in these chambers, and then we can go on to redraw these lines. Were you aware of that?
I would agree with you, Senator. The House would like to get on with redrawing the lines. The pro-life issue has been a major plank in the platform of the Republican Party for a generation, particularly in South Carolina. I just can't foresee any scenario where if the Senate says we're willing for this to be part of the sine die, the House is then going to say, oh no, we're not really that pro-life with election a month away. You know, we're not going to agree to that. I just can't imagine that they would take that position, Senator, but I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. And so, when we failed in 2022 to pass the Human Life Protection Act, the makeup of the chamber was 30 Republicans and 16 Democrats. In 2024, the Republicans gained 4 seats. There's 34 Republicans and 12 Democrats. 26 votes are needed for cloture. I can't understand why we don't have a pro-life bill on the floor of this Senate with the session running out. Now, I understand that we're all very busy and that we have a lot of bills that we have to deal with. And I understand how hard it is to get a pro-life bill to the floor. Adding this to the sine die wouldn't require us to come back, but it would allow us to come back. We say, well, we've got so many other things to do. And yeah, we've been doing those other things for 2 years, and we got 3 days left. Which gets me back to the first point. Do we believe that 5,000 human beings are being killed in South Carolina every year by abortions, or do we not believe it? I submit if it doesn't matter to you, if somehow that doesn't connect your heart and your mind, then don't vote for this. Just say, gosh, that's too difficult. Those debates are always painful and controversial, and people get upset. Don't vote for it.
But if you say you're pro-life, abortion's really important, the Republican Party is the party of life, how can you not vote to include this in the sine die resolution? A bill that has passed the House, a bill that has passed full Medical Affairs Committee. I understand we don't have time to take it up this week or last week or the week before that, and so on and so forth. But you know, this redistricting, whatever we're going to do with it, we're going to do with it in the next several weeks, right? If we're going to have elections in August based on some kind of maps that are going to get redrawn here, then the maps have got to be produced and we got to vote on them to get on with August elections. And then we're going to have 5 months. Now, I like to go on vacation. I like to go with all my kids and grandkids to the beach. I like to go to the mountains. Occasionally, I travel abroad. But 5 months is a long time. If you believe this is really important, we could come back here at some point in time and take up a pro-life bill because it's apparent that we haven't had time to do it in 2 years. In fact, neither chamber took up a pro-life bill and passed it in 2025 because, to our shame, it was not a priority in either Republican-dominated chamber. So now here we are, and what's sucking all the oxygen out of the room the last week of session is, are we going to postpone some congressional elections and redraw maps, and all of a sudden the whole world's got to revolve around that, and we can't think of anything other than that? Again, if we're going to do redistricting, and I'm planning to vote for the sine die resolution, if we're going to do it, we're going to have to do it pretty quick. Adding these bills to the sine die resolution has no impact on the redistricting question. Simply has no impact on it. It's simply a matter of whether you think it's important that we actually vote on these bills, whether you think it's important that we try to stop the killing of unborn babies. Well, if you don't, then between now and the next time we get a chance to see something like this pass both chambers, a year's going to go by, and probably 2 years. So if you believe that unborn babies are getting killed in abortion clinics, or actually at home now, it's 5,000 or 10,000 more lives, depending on whether it takes a year or 2 years for us to do anything. Because we haven't done anything in 2 years, there's certainly no guarantee that we're going to do something in the next 2 years. You know, these bills that we've got on the calendar, some people don't like them. I have critiqued the House bill for the main reason is it doesn't move the line of protection from heartbeat at all. It doesn't even attempt to move the line of protection for the unborn child from heartbeat. I know some people don't like the Senate bill, which I wrote, because they think it does too much. They think it's too strong. It includes criminal penalties for anyone and everyone involved in killing an unborn child, and they can't stomach that, even though that used to be on our books until we wrote the heartbeat law. But those bills, if they're taken up, they can be amended, they can be changed. I've told those who've asked me, if we put the House bill on the floor, I'm certainly going to put up amendments to change it because it's such a weak bill and it does so very little. And I'm simply not in favor of hollow victories that aren't really going to stop the killing of unborn babies.
But I'm willing to have the House bill on the floor. I'm willing to put up the amendments and make my arguments and take the votes. Certainly rather put the Senate bill on the floor. But we got to decide, what's this Republican Party stand for? Maybe we should just take the pro-life plank out. Apparently that's a plank that's just too hard to deal with. It's not that important to us. We've had 2 years and hadn't done a thing about it. I don't know, all the numbers, but I'm going to guess 34 is the high water mark for Republican senators in modern history. 34 has got to be the high water mark in this Senate chamber. More senators from the pro-life party than ever before in history. We've gone through a 2-year cycle without putting a pro-life bill on the floor and taking votes on it. That just doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm trying to give us an opportunity to fix that. I know we've run out of time on the calendar, because pro-life bills tend to consume some time once we start talking and debating. You could say, well, it sounds like a good idea, but we could just wait till January. Which is true, we could. But we'd be right back where we are right now, which is, are we going to do anything about this or not? We'd be right back to listing out our priorities for the coming 2-year session. And we'd be right back to dealing with the elephant in the room, which is the party of pro-life is not that interested in pro-life. Now that we have the authority from the Supreme Court to write the law of pro-life. So we're here because of a Supreme Court decision challenging the constitutionality of districts where the racial factor of the makeup may have been overdone. We're here because of a Supreme Court decision that says, y'all have got to review things and get it right. And so we're going to have to do our due diligence, whether we're doing that in the next 2 weeks or the next 2 years, to look at these maps, probably including the state maps, because the Supreme Court has initiated something, and now it becomes our responsibility to respond to what they've laid out constitutionally. And that is exactly what happened 4 years ago. After 50 years, after 65 million unborn babies had been aborted, the Supreme Court threw their hands up and said, you know what? The states should really decide this issue. They should write the laws. They should make the policy. That's what they said to us in 2022. And in 2022, we had a different view of the matter, because in 2022, before we even knew what the Dobbs decision was going to say, we put it into the sine die that we would be able to come back here and respond to the Dobbs decision. We weren't so afraid of it at that point in time.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, what purpose do you raise, sir?
Will the senator yield for a couple of questions?
Senator yields for questions.
Senator yields for questions.
Senator, were you aware that by you putting up this amendment that this will give this body an opportunity to at least have one vote on life this year?
Well, Senator, despite what anyone might say about this, it's not a poison pill. You know, I'm planning to vote for the sine die resolution. If my amendment fails, I'm still going to vote for it. This amendment has no impact whatsoever on redistricting. If we adopt this amendment, it'll go over to the House, and I believe they will concur with us, and we will go on with whatever the plan here is going to be about redistricting. That's what I believe will happen. So it's not intended to be a poison pill. It's intended to give us an opportunity to do something that we haven't done with this 2-year session coming to an end.
And Senator, were you aware that this will probably be the easiest pro-life vote that can be cast, because this isn't a vote to pass the bill. This is just a vote to put it on the sine die where there might be an opportunity for the bill to be heard. Were you aware?
I would tend to agree with your characterization. This is a vote to give those bills a chance of us being called back for them to be heard, where you might then have to vote. But if you can't vote for even a chance, I mean, how deep do your pro-life convictions run to vote it down to where we know for certain nothing's going to be done this year to help save the babies?
Well, Senator, I thank you for sponsoring the amendment, and Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to be listed as a co-sponsor of the amendment.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, to be a co-sponsor of the amendment? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator Bright will be added as a co-sponsor.
So I'm going to sit down in just a minute. Not trying to sidetrack or filibuster the sine die resolution. I could talk about that. I've got my own thoughts and opinions. Most of what I would say has already been said in one form or fashion by other people. But I didn't think it would be right to let us go home Thursday without having a chance to at least have this conversation, take this vote on adding this to the sine die with the hope that maybe we could still pass a pro-life bill this year that would be meaningful in saving unborn babies and bringing that line of protection back from heartbeat to clinically diagnosable pregnancy. So with that, Mr. President, I move for adoption and ask for a roll call.
Pending question is adoption of the amendment. Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, what purpose do you raise?
Wish to be heard.
You're recognized. Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms.
Members, on your desk earlier today, I asked unanimous consent to have some information distributed to the members. And it's actually a letter from South Carolina Citizens for Life. It was sent to the president. I received a copy, and I thought it would be important enough for all the members in this body to see it. This is about House Bill 4760. The senator from Anderson is asking us now to amend the sine die resolution to allow us to take up that bill should we come back to take up reapportionment. The senator from Anderson a minute ago said that he is not in favor of hollow victories. The passage of his amendment would be nothing but a hollow victory, because we're not taking this bill up when we come back for reapportionment. But we can take it up today. It's on our calendar. Turn with me to page 35 on your calendar. House Bill 4760, there it is. It's being contested right now by two members of this body, but there's mechanisms in place where we can bring the bill up today and give it a second reading, and tomorrow and give it a third reading and have it enrolled for ratification. We can take this up today. We can pass this before sine die. But we all know we're not taking this up past 5 o'clock this Thursday. So unless you just want a hollow victory, if you just want a hollow victory, then vote for this amendment. But if you actually want to save babies, stay here today. Insist that we take up House Bill 4760 today and give it a second reading and a third reading before 5 o'clock on Thursday. That's how you pass this bill and save lives, because we all know we're not taking it up past sine die. even if we get it included on this resolution. But what we do know is it could really mess with the ability to take up reapportionment. We're amending it with the ping pong, sending it back over there with hopes that they will accept it or even send it back to us with the clock ticking the whole time. So if you want to debate this bill, let's debate it today. It's on the calendar. It's ripe for debate. Mr. President, I move the table.
Pending question is the motion to table the amendment. Do 5 members second? More than 5 second the call to table the amendment. The clerk will ring the bell. The reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate on the motion to table the amendment.
Mr. Adams? Aye. Mr. Alexander? Aye. Mr. Allen? Aye. Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Blackman? Aye. Mr. Bright? No. Mr. Campson? Aye. Mr. Cash? No. Mr. Chaplin? No. Mr. Clymer? No. Mr. Corbin? No. Mr. Cromer? Aye. Mr. Davis? Aye. Mrs. Devine? Aye. Mr. Elliott? No. Mr. Fernandez? No. Mr. Gambrell? Votes no. Mr. Garrett? No. Mr. Goldfinch? Votes no. Mr. Graham? Aye. Mr. Grooms? Aye. Mr. Hembry? Aye. Mr. Hutto? Aye. Mr. Jackson? Aye. Mr. Johnson? Aye. Mr. Kennedy? Votes no. Mr. Kimbrell? Aye. Mr. Lieber? No. Mr. Martin? Aye. Mr. Massey? Aye. Mrs. Matthews? Aye. Mr. Ott? Aye. Mr. Peeler? Aye. Mr. Rankin? Aye. Mr. Riggenbaugh? Not voting, Mr. Rice. Votes no. Mr. Sabb? Aye. Mr. Stubbs? No. Mr. Sutton? Aye. Mr. Tedder? Votes aye. Mr. Turner? Aye. Mr. Verdon? No. Mr. Walker? Votes aye. Mr. Williams? Aye. Mr. Young? Aye. Mr. Zell? Aye.
Have all senators voted? Have all senators cast your vote? Senator Rickenbach, no? Further members wishing to record your vote? Final call. The polls are closed. The clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 30 to 16, the amendment is tabled. There are no further amendments. Therefore, the question is concurrence and House amendments. A roll call is required. The clerk will please ring the bell. Two-thirds vote is required. The reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate.
Mr. Adams? Aye. Mr. Alexander? Aye. Mr. Allen? No. Mr. Bennett? No. Mr. Blackman? Not voting, Mr. Bright? Aye. Mr. Campson? No. Mr. Cash? Aye. Mr. Chaplin? Aye. Mr. Clymer? Aye. Mr. Corbin? Aye. Mr. Cromer? Not voting, Mr. Davis? No. Mrs. Devine? No. Mr. Elliott? Aye. Mr. Fernandez? Aye. Mr. Gambrell? Aye. Mr. Garrett? Aye. Mr. Goldfinch? Aye. Mr. Graham? No. Mr. Grooms? Aye. Mr. Hembry? No. Mr. Hutto? No. Mr. Jackson? No. Mr. Johnson? Aye. Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. Kimbrell? Aye. Mr. Lieber? Aye. Mr. Martin? Aye. Mr. Massey? No. Mrs. Matthews? No. Mr. Ott votes no. Mr. Peeler? Aye. Mr. Rankin? Not voting, Mr. Rickenbaugh votes aye. Mr. Rice? Aye. Mr. Sabb? No. Mr. Stubbs? Aye. Mr. Sutton? No. Mr. Tedder votes no. Mr. Turner? Aye. Mr. Verdon? Aye. Mr. Walker? No. Mr. Williams? No. Mr. Young? Aye. Mr. Zell? Aye.
Have all senators voted? Senator Cromer votes aye. Senator Blackman votes aye. Senator Rankin votes aye. Further members wishing to record your vote. Final call. The polls are closed. The clerk will please tabulate.